Con una presentación, ya lo mismo que ha pasado antes. A lo mismo, a ver si se va ahora. No se va. Bueno, aquí tiene esto, ¿no? Algo así. Sí.
Yes, let's change because she's looking after me. She's late now. Playing Madrid. She's late. Oh, she's late. So we can wait. Just to, you can announce maybe that we can start.
Yeah, we can start. And we'll say the Cristina will be 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good morning, and thank you very much to being here, and welcome to Plataforma Solar. It is to us a real pleasure just to host this event today. As an event in which the ERA Secretariat one side and two joint programs, the program of energy storage and the program of CSP. We are going to have one workshop that I think will be very interesting.
Sorry, they cannot hear very well, I think. They cannot hear very well, I think, over there.
Can you hear me? Or? Let's close to the microphone, sorry. Yeah. Okay, again, I want just to give you my most warm welcome to Plataforma Solar. We are going to start. I'm going to make a very short introduction of our center. And also just to announce that this has been a problem with the plane from Madrid this morning, and Cristina Trueba, who is planning just to give the initial plenary lecture, will be a little later, a few minutes later, and will give from his office in Madrid, just to. So, very brief, I'm going just to devote 5 minutes to introduce you Plataforma Solar, to who doesn't know our center. We are one of the most important research facilities devoted to research and innovation on the topic of CSP. We are a center belonging to CIEMAT. CIEMAT is a large research center, Spanish public center devoted to research on environment and energy. And we are focusing from the very beginning on all technologies, applications related with concentration solar technologies. As I said, CIMAD is a very large institution. And we have just last year, we achieved 40 years devoted to this activity. We started in 1991 under the umbrella International Energy Agency. So this is why we have a very long tradition on international collaboration around all our activities. We have, this is our structure. We are devoted to basically to research on one side. We have 7 research lines on all the topics of technologies, linear focusing, central receivers, thermal storage, thermochemical processes, water treatment and materials from one side. And also another big part is the management and operational maintenance of all of its infrastructure, which are a significant number of them. We are structure of infrastructure in different areas, different topics. Each of one has specific managers, a specific person to operate and to maintenance. Associated to our infrastructure, we have 27 large infrastructure. We have 10 labs. 3 of them is the last 3 are located physically in Madrid, because we have part of PSA staff is physically located in Madrid and collaborated in the structure of Plataforma. And other are located here and are working very close to specific infrastructure. This is a view of our center. We are just now here, the entrance. Plataforma Solar has about more than 100 hectares, 103 hectares, and we have all these facilities located in all this land. This is the previous facility that I showed in the previous picture. Slide. It's intended just to organize a visit today and tomorrow to all of you that would like to have a very quick overview. It will be a very short one because a detailed visit will take time, but I think that it will be sufficient that you get a good image of what is our activity. This is all that I wanted to comment to you. This is just to briefly introduce our center. And I wanted just to handle now to Ivan, just to introduce the day, the activities. And we expect that later on, let's see if Cristina is able to make his presentation.
So thank you for...
So
I don't want us to be...
We will wait for Cristina, no? Okay, good. So we will start then. You have many consolidated versions. Let's hope to find a good one.
You are... How long you are?
I'll talk 10 minutes at least.
So maybe at least 10 minutes, Cristina could be.
Yes, we can. So we can, we can play between us. We can be flexible because they will not leave. They need to stay here, so nobody will leave till this evening. All of us should should talk there, not from there, no? It's easier, maybe, no? And how do we move slides? Yeah. Okay, let's hope for the best.
Yeah, but this one is for Cristina, so yeah, yes, this one is.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us in this beautiful country and beautiful place of Almeria. Thank you special thanks to our host. Thank you them for this nice introductory words. We have slight changes in agenda because the keynote speech from Cristina Trueba will be just after mine because she has some difficulties in flying from Madrid. And nonetheless, maybe we can during the workshop We might have some changes, but you know, you're obliged to stay here till the 6th because otherwise you'll not be back to Almeria. No way. So let's see, and let's be flexible if needed. So welcome to this Supera workshop. Thank you again for joining us. Supera, it's indebted beneficiary grant for European Energy Research Alliance. Many of you have been already involved in one way or another in our activities. Just quickly, so this workshop is in hybrid mode. We will be, for those that are online, turn your mics and camera during the event. You can only be requested to do so during the QA session. Send your questions via chat, and all materials will be available later on. So this is the agenda that you have already in your hands. I will not go through those. We will have two panels discussion this morning. We will have what is important here to say. We will have after lunch visit to the facilities, and then the final part will be on the final part of 3:30 till 5:45. So we are all stuck here in this nice place. So let me go now with the objectives of the workshop and then some introductory points from my side. Supera is the support and coordination of national research and innovation program in areas of European Energy Research Alliance. Its coordination and support action. One of the first objectives is to facilitate the coordination of the research community. So the research community, or your area research community, which includes concentrated solar power, includes also energy storage, but also geothermal and aspects of transition, such as smart grids or smart cities. The second main objective is to accelerate innovation uptake by industry, and this is why we are here today. So we are working on how to contribute to this evergreen topic that is quite important, especially nowadays, thanks to this crisis. We also provide recommendation on policy, both for the research community, but also for the Commission. And then we promote the set plan and the energy transition process as such. Many things can happen because we kicked off in the January 2020, and due to the pandemic and then to the crisis provoked by the war in Ukraine, there are many things that we are dealing besides this fourth topic. ERA, it's the only beneficiary, but we are kindly and very well supported by KIT Germany, CIA France, SINTEF Norway, DTU. We have also a representative here from Denmark, and VTT Maria from Finland. So look, I have slides, but I decided these are the objectives of the project activity, just to be quickly on this. It's everything about to establish better dialogues between industry and the research experts. How we do that, we analyzed all energy, national energy climate plans of all 27 member states, and we tried to identify between them some resemblance, some similarities when it comes to specific technologies. And by doing that, we have identified six so-called pathways, and 2 of them are energy storage and concentrated solar power. So today, we want to present, and Maria will do that, the key findings about this initial analysis of NSTPs. We know that those are now in the process of reviewing, but we need to deal with what we have, although they're a bit outdated. And to also identify and focus on possible relevant cooperation practices, some recommendation and through the series of workshop. And now, what is new here? So this is quite important. I think that can be also.
Can you get this Sergio Veloso?
Well, yeah, that's.
I don't know.
I will try now to do that.
Because otherwise it's blocking the. Yeah, from up there, just keep that. Oh, that's better.
Yeah, good. So I'm Ricardo Sanchez, apparently. So what's new? This is important now to see what has happened recently, and we need to keep in mind when we talk just about the energy transition and what is the role of the research community within these new factors and trends. The first one, it's that nearly all the capacities that we have in the European Union are now renewable technologies. But if you see very well here, this one, we still in the primary energy mix, European Union relies on the more than 70% of fossil fuels. So this is, we like to talk about what we do, but this is the proof fact. These are the numbers of 2020, but still quite valid. The second assumption is that the growth of the production from renewable energy sources exceeded all of other energy types. We are talking about 40% growth rate from the 2011-2021, but a large part of the solution needed to reach the pathways of 2050 for the climate neutrality, it's still in existence. So you have this right part. For the 2030 bluish one, it's technology in the market. So for the 2030, we are fine. But when we go from the 20 to the 2050, the yellow part tells us clearly that the technologies that are still not existent or they are just in development phase. So we are just one part of it. And on top of it, if it's not sufficient, we have this one, that the achievement of all climate pledges, 1.5 or 2, it's a small difference, would move the world towards safer ground. But we know that it's easier to make pledges than to implement them. And we have this graph from the last week. It's maybe a bit complicated to read, but it tells us that if we follow the pledges that exist today by all the members, but by all the states in the world, we are heading towards 2.8 degrees, not 1.5. So if we continue with the policies that we have currently in place, we are going to the, as Guterres said yesterday, way to hell. And actually we go to 2.6, 2.4. If we want to go to 1.5 or 2 degrees by the end of the century, we need to increase the emissions by 45%. And no policy today foresees this pathway. So these are the 3 points which I wanted to outline quite clearly. And anyway, I will leave these slides for your reference. Now, on what is happening, so these are the firm trends that we have on the long run. But now we have with the war in Ukraine, and the gas it's the king of the crisis and decides everything, the cost of the gas, the cost of electricity, and then also let's say the situation in different society and member states. Just quickly, we had 15 megawatts per hour just a year and a half ago, January 21. Then when the war started with the peaks to 250 in August, and just 1 week ago, we are at 125. The reference market and one in Amsterdam, the decided market for almost all Europe. And this is actually we're talking about factor 10 to 20, because this is really important to say. Now, in the meanwhile, when the war started, the European Commission decided to decrease imports of the gas from Russia, and we succeeded with that, but not without price here. So 155 billion cubic meters represented 45% of all imports. Now we are about 9, so we reduce those to say 9%, but thanks also to the imports that are coming from all the other parts of the world, in Europe, Norway, but then we have Algeria, we have Azerbaijan, Qatar, Canada, and United States, we still have a shortfall of 120 billion of cubic meters. And we foresee the new LNG terminals only from the 24 and 25, with some special, well, Spain is quite good in this respect because they are detached from the rest of the continent, so they did take care of this in the previous decades. But for the rest of Europe, we have real difficulties when we're considering this one. I have one slide that it's missing here, but this is good, never mind. So I would like for you to, when we talk today about to bring closer research and industry, to have in mind those 3 factors, which are, okay, we have deployed, we are deploying, we are generating good for the renewables, but still we are heavily dependent on the fossil fuels, at least in the primary energy mix. In some countries, if you go to Eastern Europe, the situation is way worse. We still don't meet pledges for 1.5 degrees, so the policies that are in place are very, very far away from those. And the war in Ukraine made it only worse. I know it's not so optimistic start of this workshop, but these are the, let's say, the basis and the framework that we, as you as researchers, we as association and then representatives of industry should work the framework we should work within and find the best solution to overcome the crisis in the short run, and then also to satisfy and to reach the goals of 2030 in the mid run and the 2050 on the long run. So this would be my introduction to this workshop. I don't know if Christina, no, she did not arrive.
It's already,
she is, yes.
It's already online.
Online.
Yeah.
She should have been here physically, no?
The plane this morning from Madrid
So
has been cancelled, and she could not. I think his sister told me he's online. And
Okay, so
yeah, let's see how. Ricardo, you know how to. Christina said that it's already online.
So she's online because
I don't know if she's going to share the screen or we are going to use.
No, she's not online yet.
maybe she's online on site. But I suppose you spoke in Spanish, you know?
She told me that I don't know.
Yeah, look, we can, as we, again, nobody will leave because they are constrained to stay here till the end of the day. She might also deliver this speech. We'll call it coffee speech, not keynote speech. So let's.
Ahí está.
Hello, do you hear me?
yes.
Oh, hello, good morning at last, finally. Sorry for not being there today, but I had some problems. With
The connection is better.
Yeah. So maybe for those who don't know, Christina Tueba, she is the chair of implementation working group on CSP of the set plan, which is still the major framework that we are all working in. And yes, she will now talk about the role of the CSP of the implementation working group in execution of Syria's.
Cristina?
yeah, see?
Okay, we hear you now.
I am here, yes. Do you hear? I was saying that I am sorry I couldn't be with you there, but I had some problems with heating and cooling of the airplane this morning. So the flight was canceled, and well, I decided to come back to the office and connect online with you. I want, first of all, to thank you for counting with me for this brief keynote speech. Basically, I am going to talk about the set plan and the implementation working group. Next slide, please. The political context of the set plan relies in the Energy Union, published in 2015 as key priority of the Juncker Commission. And it aimed at building an energy union that gives consumers, European consumers, households and businesses, secure, sustainable and competitive and affordable energy. This energy union was built on five pillars, being the fifth of that, an energy union for research, innovation, and competitiveness, the one in which the strategic energy technology plan, the SET plan, did rely. Next, please. The SET plan aims to accelerate the deployment of green technologies, not only improving new technologies, but also bringing down costs of technologies already developed, helps to promote the cooperation among European countries, companies, and research and university centers. It is formed by the SET Plan Steering Group, in which the member states have a representative, the European Technology and Innovation Platforms, the European Energy Research Alliance, and the SET Plan Information Systems. CETIS. The SET Plan initially identified and currently identified 10 actions of research and innovation, and address the whole key of innovation chain from research to market uptake. Actually, there is a current revamping process of the SET plan to align with the new von der Leyen Commission, started with the design the Green Deal priorities. Next, please. Here you can see the 10 key actions, being the most important one, well, not the most important one, but in order of appearance, being number one in renewables, energy systems, energy efficiency, sustainable transport, carbon capture, storage and use, and nuclear energy safety. From these 10 initial key actions, 13 implementation working groups were developed. At the beginning, there were temporary working groups, and then they were established. You can see there concentrated solar power. During this years and this revision process, another 14 implementation working group has been developed. Please, Ricardo. Which is a high voltage direct current. During this revamping process, there is also the idea of probably giving rise to new implementation working groups, for instance, regarding hydrogen, regarding raw materials, but all this information is still under discussion. Next, please. The implementation working groups undoubtedly benefit from the support of other research and innovation, European research and innovation initiatives, such as the European Technology and Innovation Platforms, in which industry, research centers, and academia work together to implement the priorities of the SET plan throughout the innovation chain. In the case of the concentrated solar plant, solar energy, we don't have any tips, but we have Stella instead. The European Energy Research Alliance, which represents the European research community, you know better than me, and seeks to catalyze energy research, aligned with the objectives defined by the SET plan. Also, several coordination and support actions funded by Horizon 2020 and now Horizon Europe to support implementation working groups, such as, well, Horizon STA has just finished and has now, and recently has been the kickoff meeting of CST for All, and also co-funded partnerships under Horizon Europe, such as SET and DUT, which are former under Horizon 2020 former ERANETs. Next. In particular, the Concentrated Solar Power Implementation Working Group was set up in April, May of 2016, brought together stakeholders, European Commission and SET plan countries. You can see there the participated set plan countries: Belgium, Cyprus, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Portugal, Turkey, and Spain. They implemented the work to be done in an implementation plan, which included the strategic targets to be achieved and the research and innovation activities to be carried out. This implementation plan was fixed in November 2017, and during the last year and currently finishing, we have been doing the update of this implementation plan with some new targets and some new research and innovation activities that have been under discussion with the stakeholders and also with the industry. The idea is to adapt. We have now decided to call the implementation plan as concentrated solar thermal to include not also electricity, but also heat. The idea is to adapt the initial targets to the new frame time and to redefine the research activities, taking into account not only the progress made from 2017, but also to align all the targets and related activities in the new energy policy context of the European Green Deal and other relevant policies also. And to include two new related targets not considered appropriately till now, which are solar heat for industrial processes and solar fuels. In this sense, I want to tell you that some cross-cutting exercises among different implementation groups have been carried out during this time, especially with the implementation working group on buildings, on industry, sorry. And I show you here two examples that Julian and Eduardo showed in this cross-cutting exercise that took part last March about full hybrid integration of electrical renewable energy sources with CSP and photovoltaic full integration, and the design and implementation of solar heat for industrial process application. During the last set plan conference that took part last week in Prague, other exercises of this cross-cutting exercise among implementation working groups, other examples was also shown by Berenice Krabs. And this is, I think it is all I prepared for today. Thank you for your attention.
Can I speak from here? Yeah, I can.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you can hear me. So we will go back now and following a bit the agenda, the original agenda. Now we look forward to Maria Oxa, partner at in Supera project, and she will explain more into detail the first pathway that we have today. We're going to deal with, which is the energy storage and solar power. Please.
Thank you, Ivan. So good morning, everybody from my side. So I am Maria Oxa from VTT Finland, and also my colleagues from VTT and ERA, and also, of course, other Supera partners have been supporting to this. Here. Yes. Okay, so Ivan and the previous speaker already in a way somehow paved what we are doing. So in Supera project, we are trying to facilitate several issues on energy transition, and we have gone through the set plan implementation plans and analyzed that. But in this workshop, we really have concentrated on these national energy and climate plans, which, as Ivan told, we have been analyzed. And the target really is to connect the research and innovation community with industry, and also take into account the funding atmosphere, funding opportunities, what can be found. So all these issues have been focused in Supera project, and it will end next summer. And hopefully then we will have a lot in a way what we can connect and share to you. So we went the NSEPs that all member states published. It was planned by the end of 2019. The latest came in 2020. So they are already 3 years old, and they are now being revised, and also they are reported every 2 years, the progress of them. And these plans, as already presented, so they include the national targets and objectives and policies and measures for different dimensions and with different technologies, but especially on these dimensions. So it was already presented: decarbonization, energy efficiency, which has become more and more important now with this crisis on electricity, energy security, the same, internal energy market, and of course, research, innovation, and competitiveness. And as they are now being revised, the Commission, of course, hopes also that the last point, the research, innovation, and competitiveness, is more emphasized, because all these four are more and more important right now, so that they should be in a way. New solutions should be to market more and more fast. So if you have any possibility to influence on your countries, NSEPs, please do that. So now it's the time for that. I'm losing my arrow. So what we went, so as said, this is already in a way old work, and that's why we are going quickly, because today it's more important to hear what you are doing and in a way how this dialogue can be continued. So we focused in our analysis to this chapter, research, innovation, and competitiveness, and we looked for different aspects that would be important for our research community, what we could in a way go forward with. And these criteria included regional coverage, regions with best practices, what are strong competitive areas in Europe, and what also the pathways that need cross-sectoral or systemic activities, not only in silos, only purely technological view, and also the measures of the maturity of these measures, so how far they are already. And as we can hear today, CSP is already really mature, energy storage is coming, and it's more and more important that it's being developed. So from those analysis, we finally actually came to 6 technological pathways, which was originally planned, but these all pathways also contain cross-sectoral aspects, and something that in a way it's not only because we are not in this project pushing for technology, but we are really finding the dialogue, how these developments, technological developments can be put forward, and also how these cross-sectoral aspects could be shared between different technologies. So there is wind, hydrogen, bioenergy, energy systems integration, and storage and solar. So I give only few slides here now on this analysis, what we have done, both from energy storage and then on solar energy. And what we started from, we looked also for relevant European policies. And of course, you know, on energy storage, clean energy for all Europeans package was very important when it came, and also this comprehensive European approach to energy storage report. And from the NSEPs, so these are now coming from NSEPs, and as said, they are a little bit like historic now, but of course, in a way, looking for future, it would be good to hear how to influence for future in these. So they were mainly in the NSEPs shared with electricity storage and heat storage, because NSEPs don't include as such technologies, but what we looked were also then these technologies when we have selected those. So pumped hydro storage had the largest capacity in Europe and both global. And also what was seen in the NSEPs, that battery storage for mobility and stationary use was in a way European priority. And the scale varied from house to transmission substation battery banks. And also, yes. And then also what was seen that these islands and other remote areas with limited interconnections, of course, in a way storage was seen very important. And on heat storage technologies, the NSCPs included different timescales, and primary needs were seen in buildings and industry, and also how to store excess renewable energy electricity as heat in liquid or solid matter, and utilize also heat pumps to use the currently wasted heat streams. So those were mentioned in the NSCPs on energy storage. And here you can see how NSCPs 3 years ago saw energy storage. So we were looking for, are they at all described in the NSCP? If they were not, it's gray area. And then if the countries already had research plan, then the DD is green. And if it's really already described in the NSCP, how this will be implemented. Some countries even had a plan how to do it, some mission projects, or also some countries were already planned that or decided that it's market-driven development. So the markets will drive the development on energy storage. And these were Nordic energy market area, Denmark, Finland, and Sweden, and also the Netherlands. And as I said, we are looking for in these NSCPs the technological solutions, best practices, and then also gaps and barriers, what we can in a way collect from each. And then we can see, for example, that in Spain or Southern Europe, CSPs strong, and then how could these, maybe not technologies, but in a way, how, for example, funding or regulation can be transferred to other areas. And here are some best practices in energy storage actions. So on regional cooperation and funding, for example, France and Germany have already 2018 launched this bilateral funding on energy storage and distribution. And also Nordic Energy Research Area have set 7 key areas. And one of those was energy, or is energy storage, and they had already planned how to fund it. And in Finland, the regulation has increased or enabled the use of our storage system, and it has been ensuring electricity supply in situations in which market-driven electricity does not cover demand. And we don't have the low renewable energy generation, for example. And also all power plants, demand side flexibility and storage can participate in the power reserve. And what was seen in the NSCP is that the storage capacity was planned in numbers in Austria, Bulgaria, Italy, and Spain. So those were in a way main runners in that. And as said, in a way, these remote areas, islands, etc. So, for example, Greece planned to promote solar power desalination plants with battery storage to produce water. And there were also, we were looking for these cross-cutting issues. So on circular economy, Portugal was seen as one example, as they are changing those retiring to coal-fired power plants, and they have studied in a way how to use those once again as energy storage places. And then thermal solar capacity with storage to produce renewable stream for existing turbines, and also how to directly use green hydrogen as fuel to substitute of coal. And then we'll move to solar energy. So this is just in a way a quick view on renewable energy directive and national energy and climate plans. So how they support solar. So it's regulatory framework for supporting and tendering schemes for solar installation, and how, for example, solar prosumers and communities will be treated. And the national energy and climate plans really are key elements now, in a way, how member states are pushing forward different energy measures. And each member state will set specific targets for solar deployment and define how they plan to achieve it. But of course, this is a very geological issue. For example, in Spain, solar very important. Last year in Finland, 0.4% of electricity was produced by solar. So welcome to dark Finland. And a few key lights from the NSCP. So it is, of course, now predicting how the growth of solar energy production will be in the next now 8 years until 2030. So the NSCP sees so that they can ease a cost-effective solar energy deployment by suggesting clear funding mechanisms, enabling regulatory frameworks, and also simplifications in the permitting processes. So that was seen what is hindering the uptake of the solar. And also decentralization of the renewable energy production as a vital aspect in order to achieve the clean energy production targets. And it was seen that most of the countries consider future developments both at small scale, at community level, and also in a larger scale. But as said, it's not for all member states possible. And what we saw or selected now here for best practices, so on buildings and then as a consumer consumption side. So there were several targets for roof photovoltaics in residential and non-residential buildings in Austria, Finland, France, and Hungary. And also prefabricated active roofs and facade elements combining photovoltaic and thermal solar systems. And in several countries, it was seen that consumers are in a very important position on solar. So tariffs for small installation, cooperation for citizen participation, and also calls for tender for larger installation. And also sustainable ecosystem for prosumers and ensure its sustainable development, and also support customers' participation in energy system, because solar is of course something that all consumers can quite easily take on board. And also in Poland, there was even funding research for this. And also what we're seeing in the NSCPs as factors that lead to the expansion of solar technology. So especially funding mechanisms, regulatory framework that allows easy use and simplifications in the permitting processes. So there were speeding up of the tenders and also administrative measures, simplified processes, and also purchase agreements and subsidy grants. And as last point in my presentation, some collaboration, so InShip and System project, and also Denmark cooperation with Germany for electricity production together. And also, of course, there are international initiatives, activities, Clean Energy Ministerial, IRENA, and International Solar Alliance. So I think that was my last slide. But really today, it's interesting to hear in a way how these two pathways are now going forward. And we would really like to hear in a way if there are any barriers or gaps that you see, because we are finalizing now in the last 6 months of our project, this kind of framework where we try to facilitate this dialogue in several levels. So in the EU level, then member states, and of course in our research community. And then also we will produce recommendations also in several levels, so in a way for the EU member states. And so we'll today take on these two pathways what we can bring to our project and then to be in a way disseminated later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Now we will have a panel discussion. I would like to call, we're going to jump around coordinator CSP, Ricardo, if you can please join the calculator here. Then we have Miriam from Jump Program, yes. We will sit all here and then you will come here for your presentation. Then we have Mr. David Trebojev, Secretary General from Prototermo Solar from Spain, please join the stage. We have Escarlata Munoz Granero from Senior Industrial Engineer at Malta. And I understand that Sergio Royeso will join us online He's from Sener and New Technology Business Unit. So this panel discussion is going to be on best practices, barriers, and replicability potential between the technologies that today we are talking about. So Maria, thank you for explaining what are the NSPs, and the point she did, it's really good. Please, if you have a chance to influence the policy makers and decision makers at national level related to your signal technologies, do that, because national energy climate plans will remain the main tool from where the policies will then be generated and funding will be allocated. So this is important. So if your energy, your technology, it's not there one way or another, you will have difficulties to access funding, at least at the national level, which is as equally as important as the Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe. In some states, even more, such as Spain, because they have still huge funds for European regional development funds. Now I have a few presentation about the set plan and energy climate plans as a tool, but we have heard both from Maria and then also from Christina about those. So I'll go quickly to the set plan. These are the dynamism of R&I energy transition today from the normative point of view. We started with the integrated set plan in 2008. It's still under the revision. It should have been published last week in Prague during the conference, but we need to wait first quarter of the next year. Then the set plan was, let's say, influenced heavily by European Green Deal. Then, thanks to COVID, we have recovery plans, which are okay, maybe on the short run and mostly for the already existing technologies, but still there is something important for the research. And then REPowerEU, thanks to the crisis, and now we just need to wonder what next we will have that we need to deal with in terms of normative support to the research. I will not go to the evolution of the set plan because we heard quite a lot about that. What is important is to say that ERA community, as the biggest research community in Europe, give a huge contribution to feed the Commission and the member states. What are the priorities we believe a researcher should be integrated in the future set plan? There are many things, but European Green Deal shifted some priorities, and especially crisis with the REPower, we need to be more cautious what we want to have there. On NSCPs, we heard from Maria, so we'll skip this one. And then let's talk about latest things just to set the scene. State of the Energy Union from October this year. Here it's important in the words of also what the language is saying. So we have surpassed 91% of gas storage. We are fine. But what is here important that LNG still remains an account for 39% of the European total net gas imports. While this is nice news for everybody that works for solar, record of 12% of electricity from solar from May to August in 2020. So some five, let's say, more important elements. The one, just as I was told, it's on the photovoltaic, but still it can reflect on CSP. We have some numbers compared to 1990. We are doing well, but not in the way to reach the objectives of 2030. This is mainly thanks to the countries that are forerunners in the energy transition, and those are more Nordic countries, let's say, so in the Western Europe. And then we have some, after falling by more than 5% in the fossil fuel, we have still, especially now because of the crisis, many countries, starting from Germany, but then also Italy, substituting again fossil fuels. Maybe Great Britain, it's not part of it anymore, but £1 invested in fossil, it's given back by British government up to 90 pfennig. So it's even more subsidized than the renewables nowadays, the fossil fuels. So the Commission coming up with the REPowerEU, we know what it's about. And the first one, accelerated the energy transition. Here it's important for us to read 600 gigawatts of solar by 2030, and the wind, which then again will request a huge amount of storage. Then we need to save the energy, 15% just in gas demand. So they haven't foreseen any structural, let's say, reduction when it comes to the consumption of also for the society. Huge amount of investments. We are talking about billions and billions in infrastructure, up to 400 and around billion euro by 2030. And we need to diversify energy sources, mainly the gas, hydrogen, LNG investments. So this is what we have today, and this is that the Commission from today till 2025, and then to 2030 will push to have it realized. Of course, all the others renewables are there, but these are the main things that we need to take care of. So what the research community did, Erazera community, we work on the manifesto REPowerEU. You have access to the link, you will be able to do that. So we try to assemble the community all together to analyze manifesto and to identify what are the priorities and challenges to make REPowerEU live and up and going, which is extremely difficult and challenging. I will not go much into detail. We have produced, we have taken, of course, in account what I was saying before, that we have a technology ready by the end of the decade, but we need still to work on innovation together with the industry to come up with technology and instruments to reach the targets of climate neutrality by 2050. So ERA community has been working on this. You can see these two loops. Historically, the research community, not just ERA community, research community has a quite longer perspective. So we are talking about 10 years onwards to come up with the new solutions. But crisis today requests to shorten this gap and to work on the knowledge implementation. So we need to be able, as a researcher, you as a researcher, you should be able to of course, to continue working on knowledge generation, but at the same time working on the smaller, let's say, loop, which is knowledge implementation, and give feedback continuously to the policymakers. The Commission is there, very capable people are sitting there, but they miss not only then at the European level, but also at the national state level. They miss the real feedback from the research, telling them what can be achieved in the short, medium run. So this is what manifesto is based on, how to make it knowledge implementation more true. While on the left side, it's related to the previous slide. It's the technology readiness category to reach 2050. As you can see, we have early adoption, some of the technologies, which would be a great part by the 2070. In demonstration phase and prototype are the largest part of the technologies we need. We produce technology-related recommendations. What is here important from the REPowerEU when you read it, it's, for example, heating and cooling. REPowerEU, it's everything about electricity, just marginally deals with the heating and cooling, while electricity in the final consumption represents today only 23%. So REPowerEU should be more focused also on other aspects of generation. Electricity here, we request increased system flexibility, smart grids and more dispatchable renewables. And of course, storage plays a crucial role to include energy in both electricity and heating and technology pathways. The last one, it's about natural gas, hydrogen and other chemicals such as Power-to-X. But this is another story, another topic for another kind of project. So these are the, from my side, setting the scene, a bit state of energy union, and what are the REPowerEU about. Now I will ask in the order, we have Emilia from the Joint Program Energy Storage Manager. She will talk about how the joint program, sorry, I skipped in the order, it's a Cardo, yeah, it's a host, so sorry. It's a joint program constituted solar power coordinator, which will talk about the achievements of the joint program in reaching all these things that we have just explained. How it's going to work, you will have all of you 6, 7 to 8 minutes max to let's say, to address to the presentation or without if you don't have any. And then you'll have addressed the topics you want, and then you'll have panel discussion with some question from public, hopefully. Otherwise, I will be in charge of doing those. So thank you, Ricardo. The stage is yours.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the ERA joint program on concentrated solar power. This joint program was established in 2011. There are 27 research organizations and universities dedicated to support a climate neutral society by 2050. And there are 10 member states and associated countries collaborating through this joint program. And on the right side, you can see a map with the distribution of the different research organizations participating in this joint program. The joint program is structured into 6 sub-programs. There is one dedicated to line focusing CSP system. There is a second one for point focusing CSP system. We also have a sub-program for thermal energy storage, and we will discuss along today about this lot. Then there is one, this is a cross-cutting issue for all the others because it's one for materials for CSP. We have one dealing with the solar-driven thermochemical processes, and finally, one that is quite important now, that is for solar heat for industrial processes and applications. Now that the European Commission is looking for the net zero of the industry in Europe, this one is the one supporting this change, or this, promoting this change. Well, here you can see not very well in this screen, but you can see the name of the joint program coordinator, myself. Then we have Monica, the one from the ERA Secretariat, who is the SEC link, and temporarily Spiridon has been the SEC link. And then the different sub-program coordinators for those mentioned in the previous slide. Okay, so let's now just a quick overview of the main objectives of this sub-program. For the first one, for line focusing CSP systems, the main goal is to consolidate the technology on line focusing solar collectors for electricity generation, also to increase its competitiveness in the market of electric power generating facilities, and finally to further promote the innovation in line focused solar collector and components to favor the use at a smaller scale for industrial process heat applications, solar cooling and refrigeration applications, decentralized electricity generation, and finally for water desalination and purification applications. For the second sub-program on point focusing CSP systems, the main goals are to increase the robustness of current commercial technology available by increasing reliability, quality control, on-site inspection, monitoring and control, to increase also the durability and long-term plant performance, while reducing the operation and maintenance costs. Second objective is to facilitate the development of innovative concepts, paving the way to the necessary technology breakthroughs, increasing the plant efficiencies and reducing the LCOE. A third objective is to reduce the time to market of the successful R&D projects and ideas developed within the ERA, and then by enhancing the knowledge exchange between the scientific community and the industry. And finally, to promote the use of CSP in the electrical system by enhancing knowledge of the benefits of the CSP for the wide public and especially the politicians and energy planners. In the third sub-program for thermal energy storage, the main goal is the reduction of the capital and operating cost of the CSP plants of both large and small size, to make them more competitive with respect to plants using fossil fuels and other renewable sources. And this is being made by providing the efficient of the main components and systems, like for example, by extended operation temperature window, and also by simplifying the systems and maintenance operations and procedures. In the material for CSP sub-program, the main goal is to improve the main materials used in CSP and CST in general by investigating the occurrence of abrasion and soiling under desert conditions, corrosion under marine and industrial environments, and simulate the effects under laboratory conditions. Also developing methods of accelerated aging for reflectors and absorbers that provide more precise estimations of degradation over a lifetime. By designing test benches and facilities to allow for accelerated aging of materials, to improve mirrors and enhance the durability, very important for the construction of new CSP plants. Analyzing the suitable of enhanced materials, including new manufacturing processes for high temperature processes. And finally, qualifying materials in contact with new heat transfer fluid for increased plant performance, durability, and environmental benefit. For the last two sub-programs for solar driving thermochemical processes, the objectives are to improve the solar chemical production processes and get them closer to their theoretical efficiency limits, and also to reduce hydrocarbons consumption as natural gas to ensure a reduction of greenhouse gases emissions such as CO2, carbon dioxide. For solar driving thermochemical processes, the objectives are addressing the specificities of the use of CST technologies in the industrial framework, and also promoting a higher penetration of CST technologies in heat supply to industry. Yeah, and that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Now we have Miriam from the Joint Program Energy Storage.
So, can you hear me? I hope so. So, I am Miriam Gil-Bardají from KIT in Germany, and I will talk about the ERA Joint Program on Energy Storage. So, let me start giving you a short introduction into the Joint Program on Energy Storage. The program is composed of almost 40 members dedicated to low carbon research and working together since more than 10 years. Still, there are many challenges in the field of energy storage that are unsolved. We need to keep working on that. And for this, we have this structure. The program is composed of 6 different sub-programs. This is rather technology oriented, as you can see here in the picture, according to the storage principle, from electrochemical, over chemical, thermal, mechanical, up to superconducting magnetic energy storage. And on top of that, we have a 6th sub-program dedicated to the techno-economic and sustainability aspects of the energy storage. So the mission and vision of this joint program are first to develop common research and coordinate the scientific community in the field of energy storage, to establish a dialogue at European level among all stakeholders in the storage R&D, of course, to facilitate knowledge transfer by communication with industry and stakeholders. And this is what this workshop is about, to get closer to the industry, to advise policymakers, which is also very important, by identification of regulatory barriers and providing a policy recommendation, like, for example, writing technology roadmaps, and finally, to establish best practices by developing new technologies and pave the way to the market introduction. So how we do that? We have different activities. Some of them are listed here. For instance, we have a mobility scheme to exchange researchers from one organization to another. We organize policy and stakeholder workshops to facilitate the knowledge transfer from the research to the industry. Also, we have some activities for the young scientists in order to ensure long-term research in the field of energy storage, because this is also very important. We have some dissemination activities. We are active on fairs, like, for example, in the European Sustainability Energy Week, which is organized once a year. We have established an industry advisory board in order to know more about the needs of the industry and to align our research in this direction. We have interaction with other ERA joint programs, for example, also today with the CSP joint program. And we have also joint EO projects. We had another one, SMILE, which is already finished. And now stories, I think you have heard about that already, and I will explain more in the end of the presentation today. So let me show you some examples. I will not go very much into the detail. In 2021, we ran 3 different mobility schemes, as well as in 2022. We organized different stakeholders, policy-oriented or also technology-oriented. And again, I will not go very much into the detail because the lack of the time, but if you are interested, you can have a look in our webpage, when you will find there the recording and the reports of these different workshops with the industry. I will skip that one. What we have for young scientists, we have 2 different activities. We organize PhD days. So we give the PhD students the opportunity to present their work, and then we granted the best presentation with an open access publication. On the other hand, if one of our members is organizing a conference or part of the organizing committee, we give also the opportunity to award a best oral presentation or best poster presentation for the students, in order also to get more visibility in the research field of energy storage. And Industry Advisory Board, this is what this workshop is today about. This is a kind of forum for the energy storage sector to advise and give feedback to our members. And this will ensure that the joint program is aligned with the research and innovation needs from the industry. And now let me spend some words on the storage project, which is a very good example about the collaboration between research and industry. Storage stands for Storage Research Infrastructure Ecosystem. The project started last year and will last for a total of 4 years with 7 million euro. There are 47 beneficiaries coming from 17 different countries. There are 64 research infrastructure involved in this project, and we have already more than 100 stakeholders supporting this initiative. The main objectives of the project stories are, first, to create a large European ecosystem of both industry and research, but also the second one, to provide access to the most advanced scientific infrastructure in the world. And for this, we have established this ecosystem that you can see here has 2 different layers. The project core composed of the 47 beneficiaries, and an external layer composed of more than 100 stakeholders that contribute to the storage activities. And we would like to enlarge this ecosystem much further. So, but the main objective or the main goal of this storage ecosystem are, first, to find suitable storage solution that first offer flexibility to the grid, second, can store energy on different time scales from seconds, milliseconds to days, months, And finally, are much more efficient and economical than already existing storage technology. And for this, we need hybridization, because hybrid energy technologies provide the opportunity to take advantage of single technologies and overcome the compensate the barriers to better adapt to the energy system. And this is the key research priority of the storage project, the optimization of hybrid energy storage systems and the improvement of materials for devices. And for this, we have foreseen many different activities that you can see here listed. We will open 6 transnational access calls for accessing the research infrastructures. We will work on a material acceleration platform for energy storage. And we would like to deliver a roadmap and a strategic research and innovation agenda for hybridization of energy storage. We will also organize workshops on sustainable energy storage. We have foreseen also a lot of activities on education and training, but because of the lack of the time, if you are interested, you can attend tomorrow. We will have a project meeting, which you are very welcome to attend. And if you have any questions, yes, let us know. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And you can see here the KIT coordination team, which is involved in these both initiatives. So, thank you.
So thank you. Now we had 2 joint programs. We will have point of view from the industry side. So Mr. David Taboya will present the current challenges of CSP, the vision from the industry, and he will also bring us some interesting news from huge initiative arising from Spain. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thanks, Ivan and Spiridon for the invitation and the industry in this workshop. And for sure, thanks to the PSA. Thank you very much, Julian, to host this event. Today, I would like to concentrate on what are our challenges, how to bring together the industry and, for sure, research. So let me just say a few words. As you all may probably know, Protermo Solar is the Spanish association in terms to promote the solar thermal energy. And we were founded in 2004, so we are very close to have an history of 20 years. And our head office is here in Madrid. So what are the key challenges today? Because we have plenty of work to do. The first one, I would say, that is today we have 2 different processes in order to have CSP real. And one of them is how to get a connection point to the grid, and the other one, let's say, the tenders or the auctions. And these 2 processes are decoupled. You can have one without the other one, and vice versa. So it is introducing uncertainty and some risk with all the agents that want to develop CSP technology. Second one is the generation profile. Maybe, and I think we will talk plenty about this in terms of the tender, but somehow the generation profile, or let's say the non-price KPI for the tender performance or tender design is something to consider. We think that the hybridization between PV and CSP is the winner design of these power plants in order to have production of PV during the day and CSP during the night. Also, considering the tenders and the CSP costs, I think it's very important to understand that every country has their differences, and we have to highlight and to promote and to optimize the CSP cost. And we have somehow to convert the prices in tenders into real cost of the technologies. The other one is that it's very important. When we are comparing different technologies, we are all the time talking about the LCOE, but maybe this is not the best KPI in order to compare different technologies. And in terms of CSP, I think it's even more important, because at the end, when we are thinking about technologies, we do have also to think about the system, the electricity system. And in this case, the security of supply and quality of service are 2 of the main aspects that should be considered. So LCOE, let's see, an LCOE an advanced LCOE, in order to come up with these two factors in something that we have to still working on. And for sure, in the future, we are going to have more renewables, and we want to decarbonize the system. So with these two aspects, for sure, the storage is going to be key. And the role of CSP, thanks to this, this is a backup technology, is also to be considered. As you all may probably know, there are two regulatory frameworks here in Spain at the moment. We have, one of them is for the current plants. We have 50 CSP power plants here in Spain with 2.3 gigawatts of installed capacity. And the first one, let's say, that is basically like a feed-in tariff regime. We are considering the OPEX and CAPEX costs, and this is what we are covering with the current plants. And for the new ones that should become in the future, we have tenders in a pay-as-being regime, and it's working with the formula, as you can see the part below of the slide. And somehow the revenues are coming from two different indicators. The first one is the price of the tender, but the second one is what we call the market exposure of this 15% of a difference between the price of the market and also the price of the tender. Okay. But in Spain, the key aspects of the tender are, as we said before, it is working as a pay-as-bid regime. You have to deliver, in order to be qualified, a guarantee of 60 euros per kilowatt. So in the typical sizes that we are considering now, between 50 and, let's say, more close to 100, and that means 6 million. What we said before, that getting a connection point and getting the qualification of the tender is quite a huge money if these two processes are not coupled. Is the regulatory framework in this case for the revenues? Revenues schemes are 20 years for the CSP, and it's allowed to have a 10% of hybridization of PV. You can also have a hybridization of biomass, but most of the designs are aligned with hybridization with PV, but it's only 10% in terms of the design of the tender. There is no restriction for the technology. You can have parabolic draft collector, a tower on Fresnel, but we are expecting in tenders are towers and also PTC technologies. It's very important that storage is one of the characteristics that is mandatory in the tender. So that means that in terms of the minimum and maximum hours in terms of the design of the tender are going to be between 2,600 and 4,500 hours in terms of a year. And there is a dedicated quota of 220 megawatts for CSP, and also a quota that is shared with biomass of 380. And as we said before, this market exposure of this 50%. Okay. And there is a calendar. Oh, it's not. That's okay. It's not shown perfect. There is a calendar for CSP, and it's legally binding because in 6 years we have to deploy 600 megawatts. Okay. So by 2026 we will have this 600 in place, and we had. The last 25th of October, we had the first tender. As you all may probably know, this tender was void. The main reason of that is that, as somehow we were saying before, the design of the tender is not converging prices and costs. So prices of the technology due to this design have been above of a maximum price that is settled by the government. So all the prices were above that maximum price. And I'm pretty sure that plenty of questions will come about in the roundtable, but this is something that we have to still work because we have to optimize the design of the tender in order to converge price and cost of the technology. And let me finalize with just a few words about how to bring research and industry closer. And I will concentrate in three main aspects, is the landfill in order to maximize this collaboration. And I would say it's in terms of the studies, in terms of seminars, roundtables and events, and in terms of how to support regulatory framework. In terms of a study, I think it's very important to work together in order to identify all the technical challenges and all the possibilities and applications in order to solve them. And I think it's very important to work how to minimize these costs and future trends in order to decarbonize the industry and also the production of electricity. And these studies, we have plenty of examples. For example, we did a study with the University of Seville 2 years ago in order to how to study the perspective of the backup technology in terms of CSP. And these studies are supporting us in order to try to find out what is the best regulatory framework in order to support the technologies. In terms of seminars and roundtables, I think what we are doing here today is a very good example in order to have open spaces to align our needs with what is the research initiatives doing. And we need to explain more and more what I've seen, because I came here to the association just 5 months ago, and I'm pretty surprised about somehow the disconnection between the society and somehow sometimes regulatory framework initiatives in order to know much better what is the role of solar thermal in the current society. In terms of regulatory framework, it's very important to foster the solar thermal energy pipeline. R&D is one of the best options, but also we need more and more projects in order to have scale economies here. And last but not least, I would like just to say only a few words about barriers, because we need to work more and more together in order to identify what are our concerns in order to R&D initiatives to come up with different solutions. As Ivan said before, yeah, we know the R&D is long-term, but we need to fill in the gaps. And just to finalize, I think it's extremely important to maximize the support to the CSP industry, because we have, for example, in terms of R&D, with the current power plants, the regulatory framework is very, very tight, and sometimes we are having plenty of difficulties in order to implement R&D solutions with the current power plants, and this is something that we have to work on that. So thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to discuss further.
Thank you, David, for these nice insights of the Spanish industry. Now then we'll have a panel discussion, and I'll make just a question. I'm curious how it works elsewhere. Now we have Escarlata Munoz Ganero, please. We ran a bit late, but we can extend for 10 minutes this workshop, and we'll shorten a famous coffee break if you wish. Kidding, will not. We'll extend this anyway. Please.
So good morning and welcome to my city, Almeria. It's a pleasure for me to be here today because it's my city, and also it's a very special place, this platform. I had been working into the engineering development of power plant more than 11 years, more of them combined cycle, but also concentrated solar plants. But currently, we think that storage is the key figure for the renewable grid integration. When we talk about storage, many people automatically think into batteries and electrochemical storage, and that's great if we think into a speed or short period. But we are talking about the planet decarbonization is a gigawatt scale. So we need other complementary figures. Our system, Malta system, is fully complementary with this. Malta, my company, bring the long duration, large scale energy solution. But let me explain a little bit more about our company. Malta is an American startup that was born like an idea of the Nobel Award Professor Robert Lawley, and after he sold the idea to the spin-off of Google X, and after a few years in Google X, it has been consolidated like a separate company. We have a strong investor like Breakthrough Energy Venture or Alfa Laval and Proman, but we have also a strong commitment in Europe. We have 2 sub-companies in Europe, Malta Iberia Pumped Heat Electricity Storage, based in Almeria, Spain, another one in Germany. Malta work also with well-renowned original equipment manufacturer. We work with Alfa Laval for the heat exchanger development. We work with Siemens for the turbo machinery development, and we work with Proman for the engineering. Proman is a Portuguese company lead in the methanol power plants. So what are the key parameters of Malta? We are long duration, 8 hours until 8 days, grid scale 100 megawatts, but we also are synchronous connection to the grid. What it means, we provide to the grids flexibility, robustness, and that's great because now with the renewable, we can provide inertia, we can provide a short-circuit rated power, and also we can provide a huge regulation of the reactive power to support the grid voltage. And we are thermal storage using molten salts. How like our process? We have 2 separate turbo machinery tanks, one for charge, one for discharge, and we share the heat exchanger. That means that we cannot work together in charge mode and discharge mode. This is a process very well known in thermosolar plant, but we can to explain a little bit this. We work with air closed loop Brighton cycles. We have 2. So when we are in charge, we take electricity for the grid or for the renewable plant near to us. We feed our synchronous machine operated like a motor and move the compressor. When the compressor increase the temperature and pressure of the air and go to the salt air heat exchanger. So we are going to heat the salts, moving the salts from the warm tank to the hot tank. After the air come to the heat exchanger to the recuperator and go to the air coolant heat exchanger to the turbine when we reduce pressure and temperature, and with this cold air, we go to the air coolant heat exchanger when we are cooling the coolant. So we reduce the temperature of the coolant and move the coolant from the cold tank to the hot tank. And after we go to the recuperator and start the process again. The discharge mode is similar, but inverse. So we move the salt from the hot tank to the cold tank. We are going to heat the air. We go to the discharge turbine, which move the electrical generator and produce electricity. But the difference is when we are in discharge mode, we can also produce process heating for district heating or industrial purposes. We do not have any exotic components, so our most exotic component is steel or concrete or nitrates, and it's a very well-known technology applied around the world in the thermosolar power plants. This is why our project look like. It's like a power island of a concentrated solar plant. We need around 6 hectares. We are fully modularized, so we are thinking to minimize the civil work on site. We do not have any geographic limitation. We do not need water or aid or caves. We can customize our layout for every location. How Malta collaborate with Research Institute? So we have made our first kilowatt scale pilot demonstration with the Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio, Texas. This pilot is only for demonstrate our control system. It's not to demonstrate our performance, so it's operability and control. And we have envisaged cooperation with the DLR to test our innovative heat exchanger in their Tethys molten salt test loop. How Malta think in the future we are going to collaborate with the research and development? But, well, we need to find a test loop for our innovative heat exchanger. So maybe we can do a test loop here in the solar platform in the future. We don't know. We need to modelize the national and transnational grid power to make studies and to bring the benefits of the long duration synchronous energy storage for the energy transition. And we need to work, and we have been starting to work with regulators and politicians to make them understand that storage is not generation. So storage needs its own regulation. Now we are assimilated to generation, and all the grid codes and all the laws apply for the regulation generator to the storage, but it shall be changed in the future. And the last thing is that we are going to need a scientific accompaniment in our first European utility scale demonstration project in the future. So this is all from my side. I think that
Great. So thank you very much for being fast and catching up with time, but we'll have again panel discussion. Now we have online Sergio Reyoso, New Technologies Business Unit from CENER, and he's joining online, and Ricardo is managing here too. Great.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, okay.
Okay, I cannot activate my camera. I don't know, it says the host is not allowing me to share my camera.
One way or another, so. Maybe varios participantes, no?
Can you share your presentation, Sergio?
Yes, I can.
The same happened to me. I couldn't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see the presentation in full screen?
Yes.
No.
Yes. No.
Okay, good.
It's because of us. We need to remove his name, somehow. Yeah, this way.
Don't worry, Ricardo. I will I will start the presentation if you want.
Okay. Now it's we can see bigger. So yes, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning to everybody. Thanks, first of all, Ricardo and the rest of the organization for allowing me to give this presentation to you. Okay, so the idea is well, first of all, be very brief. I was asked to, well, first of all, apart from presenting the company, which I will do in the first place, is to share our vision on how we can improve the collaboration with the R&D according to our experience in CSP, okay? So for those of you who don't know CENER is an engineering and technology group, one of the oldest in Spain. We were founded in 1956. Okay, so the thing is, in the CSP industry, we have been involved in 29 CSP plants all over the world, okay, with different roles of engineering, of construction, commissioning, and operation as well. And the total capacity of the plants that we have been involved in amounts to almost 2 gigawatt, a little bit above 2 gigawatt, okay? And about the storage capacity, which is this, well, the presentation is basically focused on, and the rest of and this Congress as well, the amount of storage of our plants, it's 10 gigawatt hour electrical, not thermal, okay? Electrical 10 gigawatt out of, this is the comparison with the rest of the world. Okay, so we are deeply involved in CSP. Well, in fact, the aggregated turnover for CENER company in the last, well, since 2006 has been 2,500 million of US dollar. So it's a deep involvement that we have in CSP. Having said that, well, first of all, I would like to point out some practical, real examples of collaboration within the R&D world and ourselves as well. Okay, well, first of all, well, you may know well that we were the owners, developers, designers, constructors, and operators of Gema Solar Plant. Okay, this is the first molten salt commercial tower plant in the world. Okay, here you have an image. So the thing is, this is the first example. Before constructing our receiver on top of this tower, okay, we made some testing campaign from September 2006 to December 2008 at the Plataforma Solar de Almería. In fact, okay, testing part of the receiver. Okay, so it was not a 100% complete receiver testing. Of course, it would have meant a lot of money. But the thing is, we tested a panel in the same conditions that the receiver was going to operate in real life. Okay, so for almost 2 years, we were testing this receiver in the Plataforma Solar de Almería. So that is the first case. Second case, which I think is remarkable within the CSP, it's the testing that were conducted at the CMAT facilities, okay, involving the molten salts. Okay, one of the many things that we checked in this testing was apart from the properties, we were very interested in the corrosion of the salts to the steel that was going to contain these salts. Okay. Third example, and here the University of Almería was partially involved, is in the development and implementation of the POTS. What does POTS mean? It's portable oil testing station. This was a crucial component for us in the development of the first parabolic draft plants, because we want to be sure that the performance of the solar field was going to be okay. So the portable oil testing station allowed us to test individually each loop of the field, regardless the fact that the power block is not yet completed. Okay, here you can see maybe in this picture in the top right image, what we had here. We had an air condenser, we had an HTF deposit, we have some pumps, okay? So we can pump oil to any loop in the field, okay? So the oil will heat up, the loop will be controlled with the control system of the pots as well. So we can heat up all the oil and we can dissipate this heat with an air condenser that we had on top of this station. Okay, so it was crucial. It helped us a lot to check the performance of the plant and to introduce where needed appropriate measures. Okay, to counter effect any deviation that we may had in the development of the solar field. Okay, so that is the first thing. And second thing, and maybe you can appreciate in the picture, is that this collector, okay, this is the Eurodraft collector, very well known in the industry, and this is our center draft collector. The center draft collector, I think, is the most successful collector in the market. We have developed 2,500 kilometers of the center draft collector all over the world. And this was Andasol one plant. It was the first plant that we installed a one full-scale collector. So we use, the message here is that we use a real plant to make a test, okay, with the collaboration of the R&D community, okay? And it was really successful. In fact, the rest of the plants that CENER was involved in were done with this collector, okay, with the center draft collector. Okay, so 3 examples with the R&D, and trying to finalize my presentation, I would like to just food for thought for the debate that will come later. Our vision, very reduced, summarized vision of the challenges that the CSP is facing today. In our opinion, and it's aligned with partially with David Treboller, the president of the CEO, sorry, the Thermosolar CEO in that was presenting before. I think the challenges today for the R&D, and this is a reality, is first of all the price, and second the reliability. Okay, price and reliability. So price, David said, and I will present this at the, I mean, this is the same message that David said. I mean, there was a renewable energy auction in Spain on October the 25th, okay? They were allocating 220 megawatts for the CSP. No plant has been awarded, and several companies has presented offers. Sener within them, okay? Sener is one of them. So no plant has been awarded due to the price, okay? Well, you know that the price that the government, there was a minimum price below you have to be in order to be awarded. Well, this price was far below the auctions that were presented. So we really have a challenge here. I mean, it's true that we cannot compare to PV directly because PV is not producing at night. We should be compared, in my opinion, to technologies that can produce at night and are green. And there are not so many technologies. That is the first thing. But in any case, the market is demanding a decrease in price, and we have to make efforts to decrease the price. My vision here is that, well, you know that in CSP, the CapEx, the total CapEx, and the LCOE is dominated by the CapEx, okay, is 70% supply, 20% construction and commissioning, and 10% soft costs. Soft costs meaning insurance, margin, engineering, etc. Okay, so I will say it again. LCOE is dominated by the CapEx. CapEx is distributed in 70% supply, 20% construction and commissioning, approximately, okay? So it's very hard to decrease the price if the price is dominated by the supply in a 70%. So in my humble opinion, there has to be some breakthroughs here. A second option to decrease the price would be to, well, and we have seen this in the development of the CSP market in Spain. We have seen that the higher the development is of the market, the higher the price decreases, meaning that if we develop, for example, 2 gigawatt instead of 220 megawatt, okay, the market will react differently, okay, because you develop the industry, you develop the R&D, and so on. So, well, that is the second thing. I don't want to extend myself too much because I think there will be a debate later, okay? But we really have a challenge in the price to be attractive to the market. That is one of the things. And the second thing is the reliability. It is a sad truth, but it is true that the market is not perceiving us as a 100% reliable technology because the market knows perfectly what I'm showing you in the screen, okay? All of the tower plants, molten salt commercial tower plants existing in the Western Hemisphere today, which are Gema Solar in here, online in 2011, Crescent Dunes, NUR3 as well, and Cerro Dominador, all of them have experienced serious incidents in the hot tank, okay, in addition to other issues. The problem is that if you have any issue in the power block, it's going to stop the production immediately. For example, I can tell you our experience. In Gema Solar, we had to substitute the hot tank years ago. Now it's working perfectly, the new hot tank, but we had to stop the production for 9 months because a construction problem in the original hot tank. In NUR3, we experienced a problem in the hot tank as well, construction related as well. And now we are starting up the plant again. But this is an issue. This is an issue because if you have a plant and in the first years, okay, especially in NUR3, not in Gema Solar, in Gema Solar, this happens 6 to 8 years later after the COD. Okay, if you have a plant and you're experiencing these kind of problems, the market is not perceiving you as reliable. So we have to make efforts to increase the reliability from the R&D point of view, in my opinion, to together with industry, of course, to increase the reliability of the plants. And I would like to point one thing, and I will finish with this. I really didn't like what I saw in Solar Paces Congress this year, meaning Solar Paces celebrated in Albuquerque, New Mexico last September, the last week of September. Okay, there were 330 publications, okay, divided in oral and poster presentations, okay, 330 presentations, okay. So only 8 were related to tanks, only 8. This is not good. I think we should increase the R&D in the problems that the CSP is having today, much more than that we are doing today. And that's it. So I will be waiting for the debate now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio, very much. So with this, we ended the part of presentations. Just a second. We'll turn on the lights. Both of them. Let's open up the we are very happy, Spencer and I, of presentation that we heard about. We are going to have excellent deliverable because we run several of similar workshops and we find really all the presentations to the point and exactly what we need. But now we will take several questions. I hope really you as a peer of colleagues and researchers that you have some nice questions to our speakers. So please raise your hand and good. When you stand up, if you can present yourself so the people online can understand. If they're not, I will repeat if I will understand as well. So let's start with the. Yeah, look, we have a mic here. It works. We have around 15 minutes. So then we have a coffee break. I don't want to be assaulted here if I. Okay, good.
Okay, my name is Peter Weinberger from TUB in Austria, and my question is to the last speaker because it was mentioning the problem with the octane. What kind of problems? Was it corrosion? What was the problem?
Did you, Sergio, you hear the question? You did?
Sorry, I was muted. No, I did not hear the question.
Yeah, so what actually was the problem that you have encountered? Now, this was the question. So if you can specify big, because yeah, it was corrosion, something else.
No, it was not. Well, in fact, it was not corrosion. In Gema Solar plant, we first had a construction problem, okay? And this construction problem, when we first poured the salt in, produced a deformation in the bottom. And then along with the operation, this deformation at the beginning of the commissioning, expanded more and more, and then resulted in a fatal breakage. So in NUR 3, I cannot disclose all the details because we have NDAs with Masen and Aqua as well, which are the owners of the plant. But all I can say is that it's a construction-related issue. But in my opinion, the thing is, I have presented 4 plants: Gema Solar, Crescent Dunes, NUR 3, and Cerro Dominador. All of them having construction-related problems and others with a hot tank. I really think that for the future, we cannot follow with the same path. I think we had to change the concept, in my humble opinion, because if 4 plants have had construction-related issues with a hot tank, I think we'll have to change things qualitatively, not only just a continuous improvement of the design or in the construction techniques. I really think we really have to improve, to introduce some kind of breakthrough here, another concept of hot tank, another concept of operating, anything that avoids these kind of problems, which are really critical.
Thank you. So let's, with the other question over there. So make it, please, yes, as concise as possible to receive the as concise the answer as possible. Thank you.
You said that CapEx were very fast by 70%. Based on the evolution of the prices of the material, do we expect that the price will go lower in the next decade?
So this question is meant to Sergio because on CapEx now.
Yeah,
so
Sergio mentioned the
yes.
David?
Yeah,
I can answer anyway.
Yes, of course.
Maybe also Sergio could say something about this. But I mean, I think in terms of what are our expectations in this sense, I think it's very important to think about what has happened, because we started with a very higher price, and we could say that we have reduced the price in the last 25, 30 years from the beginning, let's say the first CSP power plants in the United States, and we have a tremendous reduction of maybe 60% or even beyond that. And I mean, I think the biggest step has been thanks to R&D, because the pipeline in the world now, let's say we are close to 7 gigawatts, where in PV or wind, we have 100 times more. And I would say that the speed of the CapEx in being optimized is being a tremendous effort in our industry. If we are going to see a more optimized CapEx in the future, I would expect that from our R&D industry that we could go in that direction. But I think now is we need to have a step in terms of the pipeline. We need much more projects for sure, because the scale economies are key. So we have a challenge now, because the commodities market are huge, in a very difficult situation, with having increased prices of more than 30% due to the cost of materials and transport. And this is also that we have to think that this is going to be short term, or this is coming here to stay. So we'll see. In that sense, something that we don't know, but I think these are the key aspects.
Thank you. So, on the question.
Good morning. From PSA. I have a question for you said that Alfa Laval and Siemens are working with the changer and the turbo machine. And what stage of development are those equipment? Are they ready for commercial deployment?
Yeah.
How many years are they still?
Can I?
No, can use the one.
So regarding Siemens for the turbo machinery, we have finished the standard design for the 60F market. So we have the equipment designed for the 60F, and now we are working in the 50F market. And regarding the heat exchanger, we are ready to finish the design of this. So we can be ready, and if we have some plan, in less than 5 years, we can be constructed and in operation. Because we are using equipment in the market, only customized for our temperatures and our process, nothing specific for us.
We have other 2 questions, 3, well, 4. But let's do this way. We'll go, because we need to respect also people that are online. We'll have a max 2 questions, and then we can discuss it during the coffee break. Apologize, but we need to keep a bit track of time.
Andrea Marcos from Dow Chemical, supplier of Dow 13. And my question was to Ricardo. Because we were saying that in the sub-program for material for CSP, they are qualifying materials in contact with new pitch-under fluids. So I would like to know which new pitch-under fluids you are trying or you are doing research with.
Okay. I think this one is one that we can discuss during the coffee break. Okay. Yeah, okay. And I will check you the program.
Thank you, thank you. It would be really great if somebody has a question for Miriam, just to make a balance with all the panelists. So it works like this, you know the rules here. So Miriam. Okay.
No problem at all.
Okay, David Parra from the Iberian Center for Research in Energy Storage. My question is for David. You mentioned the issue with the levelized cost, that maybe it's not fair, it's not representative, and I agree in the past. Well, renewables used to be more expensive than fossils, and the renewable community used to say, well, but fossils emit CO2, and that is not considered in comparison. Now they are becoming competitive, but they don't provide free capacity, they are intermittent. So are you working on that new definition of an indicator which allows you to improve this adequacy, this free capacity?
Yes, for sure. This is something that we are still, let's say, because something that we worked in the past and we are still working. But you use the word competitiveness, and that's the key part. How to value the competitiveness in terms of what is the value of what you are offering. Because when you are comparing LCOE, you are just comparing costs, bringing to the present. But so how can we introduce some different aspects? And also, this is not only in terms of, let's say, price KPIs. We are also working in non-price KPIs. Like, for example, what is the value of the local industry? What is the value of firmness? What is the value of, I mean, there are plenty of things that should be considered. Some of them are in terms of KPIs, but maybe something, KPI prices, let's say price KPIs, but some of them are not. So we have to keep working in all these aspects.
Okay, good. So I will make a question I have a question for Miriam. So it's about the storage project. So we are also part of it. I'm quite familiar, but what are your lessons learned after 1 year of implementation of the project when it comes to the collaboration with industry and research? What can be improved? Is this up to your expectations? So, what are the main barriers? Because this doesn't work maybe as we have all foreseen.
Well, I would like to see more application from the industry, also to use our research infrastructure network.
What do you think it happens? What do you think what is the obstacle?
The first year was the main difficulty of the first year was to establish this ecosystem and to engage the stakeholders. So we have established already, and we want to enlarge more. And this is one of the main difficulties, to enlarge the industry to participate in the ecosystem, to get visibility, to get well known that they can participate.
Okay, good. So thank you. We will close now this. Yes, please. If you.
I would like to introduce an item, because we are talking always about prices, but we need also to analyze the situation of the grid. For example, in Spain, the Spanish TSO Red Eléctrica has calculated the grid available capability and distinguish between power electronic based generation and synchronous generation. So it is a big support for our power plant, because there are nodes in the grid where the short circuit level is very low and it's a deficit of short circuit, so no more renewable can be integrated in this node. But the PV developer has the project going on in this land, so need to provide to the grid short circuit power, and they are thinking into synchronous condenser, which are very expensive also. So maybe this grid operator will also bring a possibility for the concentrated solar plant or my project, a synchronous generator to be connected to the grid and make some signal to the market to say, hey, we are useful and we need them. So maybe we need to work more with this idea also, not only prices, in my opinion. I'm an electrical engineer. I am seeing this, and this is all from my side.
Thank you for this integration. I think that given also the topic, we as a project might be back to you for some structured interviews so that we can also, what we do, we also talk to the commission, we transmit to the commission. So these are all good points that we can talk. And this might be just a regional problem, this might be European, but it will be good. Thank you very much. So thank you, Ricardo, Miriam, David, Escalada, and Sergio for this very interesting panel discussion. I will call you now for a break. We will make it 5 to noon, so 15 minutes instead of 20. And then I will leave it to a colleague of Maspiridon for the second morning session on the cross-sectorial dialogues with system solution towards the energy transition objectives. Better than this, you can dream of. Thank you very much. Well
Perché io lavoro
a veces puedo hacerlo ahora, pero
no, di fatto no, grazie mille.
Please, you can have a seat. So the technical coordinator of PSA, then Rocio Bayon, senior scientist at CMA PSA, and Cristobal Van Sander, renewable energy coordinator at Techniker. And Miguel Frasquet is joining online.
Porque el primero es Miguel Frasquet.
Miguel Frasquet, que está
online.
Luego Eduardo, yo.
Okay, we'll provide a bit of background on what this topic is about and why it's needed. So in the past, under the Supera project, we made templates to identify and categorize the cross-cutting issues. And this actually provided an initial mapping of existing cross-cutting disciplinary topics. And these are provide the coordinated feedback to the policymakers, because policymakers are having, as you may know, an approach that do not count only the technical issues, but should need more holistic approach on how to approach issues relevant to the energy transition. And the goal is to help improve a conceptual framework for planning technological solutions for the energy transition. Very theoretical. So why it's needed? First of all, the cross-cutting issues provide a context for the clean energy transition planning, and that goes beyond specific technologies. So it's not purely technological. Secondly, it makes us adopt a systems thinking approach, which is vital for, especially for socio-technical transformations like the clean energy transition. And
one of the most important aspects is we need to address these topics because they're in line with the current European and global agendas. For example, European Green Deal, SDGs, and of course, it's impossible to achieve this transformation without touching upon the cross-cutting topics. These are a couple of slides on how did we ended up, what kind of approach did we take to identify the cross-cutting topics that we would show later. So we did a desk analysis of the implementation plans of the set plan, and we analyzed also the NECP's National Energy Climate Plans, and we identified overlaps and complementarities between them. And then we made a list of categories and subcategories for classifying them. And we also looked into other documents like SRIA's, ERA, white paper, and so on. And as a final step, we reached out to our community, to our joint programs, to provide their feedback to this exercise. So very briefly, we have split them in two categories. The one are technological cross-cutting topics, and the other one not technological. And this is an indicative list based on our research, but this is not an exhaustive one. So the technological ones are energy efficiency, system integration, high temperature and advanced materials, energy storage, and digitization. And the non-technological ones, education and training, policy and regulation, research and innovation funding programs and measures, social awareness, acceptance, engagement, standardization, and international cooperation. Of course, there are many overlaps between them, but yeah, this is the main way to categorize them. So how they can be used, as I mentioned before, is just a template, and it does not serve as an exhaustive list. And the main idea is to show that this is a preliminary exercise that can be elaborated further, and to be used for developing energy and climate transition plans. Overall, I mean, to summarize what I said before, it's important to have technology-based discussions, but going beyond that, talking about education, skills, supply chain, and all of these topics that I mentioned, and many more, or international collaboration, are equally important if we want to address transition in a way that will enable us to reach our targets. I have included here also a link to this publication, for your information, and when I circulate the PDFs. And I would like to pass quickly to Miguel. Miguel, can you hear us online?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Okay. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, no problem.
First, stop sharing mine.
I'm sharing my screen right now.
Okay. If you can switch to presentation mode.
Yep. How about that?
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Okay. Perfect. So should I start?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, well, first, my name is Miguel Fresquet. I'm representing Solatom, and I just wanted to thank you for the invitation and to let me bring into the table this fantastic topic, which is concentrated solar thermal for process heat, for industrial process heat, and more specifically, the challenges and the characteristics of this technology for the integration, which is the topic that I'm going to speak today. So this is just like a very high level description, but of course, everybody knows that the industry needs to transition towards like carbon neutrality. And of course, most probably you have seen this slide a lot of times, that heat represents like a very significant part of the energy consumption. So, but instead of this, industry right now have a lot of alternatives to decarbonize the electricity consumption. But for the heat consumption is not as simple or as direct. Actually, this is more or less the reality of the industry right now. So for the thermal demand, I mean the industry continues burning fossil fuels mostly in steam boilers or thermal oil boilers or any kind of boiler, but mostly steam boilers. So there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity for concentrated solar technologies, which is this steam or high temperature thermal demand, because some of the demand, low temperature demand, can actually be used by other type of renewable technologies, but medium high temperature from a process-wise perspective, there is still like a clean field, like an opportunity window that solar concentrator could actually target. And I mean, you can find processes using this kind of medium high temperature in every industrial sector. The most typical one is the food and beverage sector, but you can also find some processes in the textile industry, in the chemical industry, pharma, paper, etc. So Solatom, the company we founded like 6 years ago, is actually targeting this opportunity window. What we do is to provide a concentrated solar solution for this high medium temperature thermal energy demand for industry. We are mostly operating in Spain. In Spain, we are quite known. We have like almost 11 projects in operation right now, always using our linear Fresnel collector. And well, Solatom is one industry, but we have like a significant number of industries in Europe, also in Spain, targeting this market. So it's just really happening right now. So yeah, most of you know CSP. Probably some of you know or are very familiar with concentrated solar heat for industrial processes. But for the ones that are not really familiar with this, actually with CSP, the technology or the model technology of concentrated solar heat for industrial processes is CSP. So we also use solar concentrators, but as you can see in the two pictures, there are like two significant differences. One is of course the size, and the other one is how we use the energy that we collect in the solar field. In the case of the CSP, it's clear that we go through a power block and we produce electricity. In the case of industrial process heat, we have to integrate with the process heat, and that is a problem because every industry is different. So as you can see, for example, keeping with the difference between the two technologies, concentrated solar power, I mean, this is a PNID or a basic scheme of a parabolic trough plant. More or less all the plants in Spain are very similar. I would not say they're exactly equal, of course, but they're very similar, that are following the same scheme. But in the case of concentrated solar heat for industrial processes is not the case, because you can produce, for example, a direct steam generation, like in this case, or you can actually produce pressurized hot water and store it in a thermal storage, like in this case, or you can go directly to the process. So intrinsically, all the components and all the scheme is completely different, contrary to what happens in the CSP. So this is actually a problem and a challenge, because it is very difficult to actually standardize and replicate. And every project that you do is a completely different project from engineering perspective, from a balance of plant perspective. So for example, just for giving you an example, out of the 11 projects that we have in Spain, only 2 are actually using the same integration scheme. So, and if you have to change the integration scheme each time, it means that you are not fully sure that how it's going to work. You always have this doubt. You have to do a specific engineering and all these problems. So I'm not going to go into detail, but R&D has been done trying to tackle this issue. The most notable effort was in the Task 49 when the International Energy Agency, and as you can see in these tags, the different integration schemes were classified. And as you can see, there are a lot of different integration schemes. Some of them for steam production, some of them for liquid heat transfer media, some of them in the supply level, some of them in the process level. So there is like a massive ecosystem of different integrations. And this is what is happening right now in this kind of processes. So what we are doing from Solatom to tackle this problem is actually trying to standardize or modularize this balance of plant or these hydraulic integrations. And here you can see, for example, 3 examples of direct boiler integration, in this case, direct steam integration and indirect steam integration. Always we try to build everything in skids that you can actually transport to the site, and you can combine them to increase the capacity. So this is more or less our approach. As you can see, it's very modular. Like, I mean, not only Solatom, but every company is trying to do like a more assembled approach. And this is for the module, but you can see how a solar field is built. So we also need a same solution for the integration, which for the moment is not out there. And regarding the collaboration with the research institute, as I said, there are already activities, R&D activities for tackling this topic. But from a point of view, I just wanted to highlight some advantages and disadvantages. So from the advantage point of view, like collaborating with a research institute is very nice because it's brand neutral. So there is no like conflict of interest or commercial interest. So they are like very happy to share because they are not supporting a specific commercial company. So that's a good point. Also, they have the last state of the art. So usually research institutes are really at the top level of the state of the art technology. Also, R&D is the core business, so it is good because actually they can actually keep long projects because they do R&D, and they have international scope because sometimes when all the things that we do in, for example, in Spain is only in the scope of Spain. When you collaborate with a research institute, it's more international. But for the disadvantage point of view, and this is very important for the topic I was speaking, they have like a very specific interest. For example, in this case of the integration in industry, usually R&D has been traditionally more interested in the solar field, in the solar collectors. And this specific topic of the integration and modularization and the standardization for the balance of plant has been studied very recently. So it was not traditionally something interesting for research. And sometimes it's not always the case, but sometimes lack of commercial experience. So they're very knowledgeable in theoretic and experimental solutions, but sometimes not as much as in commercial solutions. And of course, timing, because unfortunately in industry, we need everything right now. And R&D, of course, it takes more time, and sometimes they don't feel the urgent necessity that, for example, industry actually has. No, this urgent necessity for R&D sometimes is not the case. And with that, this is everything that I wanted to bring to the table, and I would be happy if you have any questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Just to let you know that most of the audience are research institutes, so I think your message was clear, and this is actually very good to have the insight from the private sector on the collaboration with research institutes. Please stay with us for Q&A afterwards. I will jump straight to Eduardo Zarza.
So, good morning, everybody. I will try to be brief in order to have more time for open discussion at the end of this roundtable. As already pointed out by the title of this presentation, thermal storage integration into the solar thermal power plant has been a great success in Spain. I will try to show you some data about that. In Spain, we have now 49 commercial solar thermal power plants in operation. 19 plants out of the total number of 49, about 40% of the total number of plants, are provided with thermal energy storage system with large capacity. The typical capacity of the thermal storage we have in a Spanish solar power plant is 1 gigawatt hour. So with 1 gigawatt hour, these plants can run the power block at full load for 7.5 hours, because the unit power of the plant is 50 megawatts electrical output. So you can see in this map the location of the solar thermal power plant we have now in Spain. And these plants are proving every day the main advantages, the main benefits of this integration of thermal storage into power plant. The first benefit is evident, dispatchability, because when we have a thermal storage in our power plant, we can produce electricity at night. So during sunlight hours, the thermal energy delivered by the solar field is used not only for electricity production, but also to charge the storage system, so that at night or after sunset, we can keep on running the power block for a few hours. So dispatchability is a clear benefit, advantage of this integration. Another benefit is the higher yearly efficiency when we have thermal storage. Why? Because in winter time, the thermal energy delivered by the solar field is lower due to the cosine angle, the incidence angle of the solar radiation onto the solar field. And if we directly send the thermal energy delivered by the solar field to the power block, we cannot run the power block at full load. So in winter time, if we have a thermal storage system, we can charge during sunlight hours the thermal storage. And when we have enough energy in the thermal storage system, we can run at full load the power block with higher efficiency. This is how we can achieve higher yearly efficiencies if we have a thermal storage system integrated in our plant. But there is a third benefit because the thermal storage enhance the controllability of the plant. So we can control the plant in a better way during cloud transients. So when we have cloud transients, the thermal storage is something like a thermal cushion between the solar field and the power block. And the thermal storage can filter somehow the transients coming from the solar field. So the controllability of the power block is much easier during cloudy days with solar radiation transients, if we have thermal energy storage integrated into the plant. And now I will show you some data, real data. The Spanish grid operator, the Spanish TSO, Red Eléctrica de España, has an online tool. You see the link to login into this tool at the bottom of this slide. So if you go into this online tool, you can see at any time and any day, not only today, but also in the past, because there is a calendar at the bottom of the page. You can select any day in the past, and you will get the daily electricity production in Spain. And on the right side, you have the electricity sources. So you can know how much electricity is coming from nuclear plants, how much electricity is coming from wind farms, from PV plants or solar thermal power plants. So this information is available online in Spain for any day, not only for the current day, but also for any day in the past. And now at the bottom of at the right bottom side of this slide, you have a figure. And this is the figure because if we select the daily generation profile of any technology, we have the list of technology on the upper right corner. If we select the technology, we'll get the daily generation profile of that technology. And what you can see here is the typical daily generation profile of solar thermal electricity in Spain in summertime. You can see how we have electricity generation all day long. So at night, we are generating electricity with plants provided with thermal energy storage system. And during sunlight hours, we are generating more electricity because all the plants can produce electricity during sunlight hours. And you can see how well the daily curve of solar thermal electricity fits with the daily demand. So this is dispatchability. And this is what we have in Spain with solar thermal power plant. If we select PV technology, the daily generation curve we get from this tool is that. There is no dispatchability. We have only electricity generation, PV electricity generation during sunlight hours. There is no adjustment with the electricity demand. So here you can see a clear benefit of this integration of energy storage, thermal energy storage in solar thermal power plants. And now here you have the typical daily curves of a solar thermal power plant in a sunny day with thermal energy storage. You have the yellow curve is the direct solar radiation. The red curve is the output power. This is for a 50 megawatt plant. And the green line is the capacity in the thermal energy storage system. You see how during the first hours of the day, we are producing electricity a bit less than the nominal power using thermal energy from the thermal storage system. And then once we have direct solar radiation, we keep on producing electricity at higher power because we already have available solar radiation. And at the same time, we are charging the thermal storage. You can see how the green light is going up because we are increasing the amount of energy inside the thermal storage system. And after sunset, we keep on producing electricity, generating electricity, because the plant is using thermal energy from the thermal energy storage system. So this is how a solar thermal power plant with thermal energy storage is operating during sunny days. So the benefits are clear, and this is what the Spanish solar thermal power plant are proving every day in Spain. Thank you.
So, I would say that CSP seems to be fully integrated into the grid and provide also, as we saw before, ancillary services and flexibility. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to visit the actual facilities. Now we'll give the floor to Rocío Bayón.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm just going to complement a little bit the presentation of Eduardo with some bit of the technical explanations, but not too much anyway. So how thermal storage can be used for electricity production, a little bit what Eduardo said. So first, here you have the two main kinds of CSP plants that have thermal storage. We have this parabolic trough collector technology and the central receiver technology or power tower. So in these kinds of plants, we have the thermal storage system is basically the same. It's based on two tanks, which are filled with a mixture of sodium nitrate and potassium nitrate, which is molten mixture, and it's called solar salt. You can see in this case, we have one tank that is hot and another one that is cold. The differences between the two kinds of plants is for the parabolic trough systems, the heat transfer fluid is oil, so we have undirected storage. And in this case, the hot tank is 393 degrees Celsius, and the storage capacity of these kinds of plants can go from 4 to 8 hours at nominal power, or as Eduardo said, full load. For the case of central receiver, in this case, this heat transfer fluid is the solar salt. So here the storage is direct, and this allows to have a hot tank temperature of 565, which is the limit of stability for the molten salt mixture. And in this case, we can have plants with storage capacity up to 15 hours at nominal power again. We have also other technologies, which are these direct steam generation technologies. And in this case, we can have two kinds of plants, also the central receiver plants and also the linear Fresnel. And in this case, these plants, the commercial ones, what they have for storage is what we call steam drums or roots accumulators. In this case, heat transfer fluid is water. The storage is direct, but the storage capacity is very small, 0.5, 1 hour, and the power they produce is below the nominal power. So really this cannot be called high capacity storage. It's really only for cloud transients. In any case, if you have a look, well, in some pages I'm going to tell you later, you can find some new linear Fresnel plants in China in which they have, for example, in one of them, they have heat transfer fluid water and they use the storage. The material for storage is concrete, and they say that they have this storage capacity of 14 hours. And another example is they have the heat transfer fluid is the same as the storage, that is molten salt for linear Fresnel collectors, and the storage capacity is between 15 and 16 hours. These are examples that you can find in some plants they are building in China, or they are built already in China. So how a CSP plant with thermal storage work? So when there is solar radiation, the solar field is able to produce electricity, but it also charges the thermal storage system. So of course the solar field has to be overdimensioned. And at that moment, the molten salt goes from the cold tank to the hot tank, so the storage system is charged. So when there is no solar radiation because it is nighttime or there are clouds, the contrary happens. So the molten salt goes from the hot tank to the cold tank, and the electricity is produced from the thermal storage system. So in this slide, you can see some data for the CSP plants in the world. In the graph of the left is taken from Protermosolar website. And you can see how the installed CSP power in the world has been increasing in the last 14 years till now. And the orange part is Spain. So you see that still Spain is the country with the highest amount of CSP installed, like 2.3 gigawatts. Below you have the numbers. I just put you numbers for the year 2020, which I could find in the Protermosolar website. So in the world at that time, there was 115 plants in operation. In total, 6.3 gigawatt electrics power installed. You see that the majority are parabolic trough collector technology. And then only 42 plants of these 115 had or have thermal storage system. Summing up all together is kind of 300 hours at nominal power, and this sums like 13 gigawatt hour of storage capacity, saying that the storage capacity lower than 1 hour is based on roots accumulators and is for heat transfer fluid of water, which means the examples I put before for linear Fresnel and towers. If the storage capacity is between 2 and 3 hours, we have demonstration projects in which they have sodium or concrete or molten salts of the storage media. And over 4 hours of storage, mainly we have molten salts, either direct or either indirect, depending on the technology, parabolic trough or solar receiver. And also, there is another website maintained by NREL, Solar Basis. You see at the right side of the slide, and you see there the countries with the CST installations. And you can go there, and you can click in the countries, you can select the different technologies, and there you can see where are the plans, the owners, the production, which is the technology, anything, any data you can look for, you can find it in this website. I think it's quite updated. So summing up, the thermal storage with molten solar salt, the energy density depends on the temperature difference between the hot and the cold tank. So it can go from 280 megajoule per square meter per cubic meter to 760. It is storage systems that have very high capacity, up to 15 hours at nominal power. The lifetime expected is the same as the, in principle, of the CST, as the CST plants, 25, 30 years. In discharge mode is grid synchronic, so it can follow the demand of the grid. Of course, it's commercially assessed by many plants already in the world. And we can ask us, what does it have to be linked to a CSP plant? Really no. And why? Because there are other possibilities for thermal storage in the electricity mix. So we can really do the storage of electricity surplus as thermal energy, as we saw already. So here I just wanted to put you just a couple of examples. For example, this heat storage power plants, that is an approach from Siemens Gamesa, in which they really convert the electricity from, for example, wind turbines into thermal storage using air as heat transfer fluid and volcanic rocks as storage medium. And they claim they can attain very high temperatures. And another example could be the implementation of storage systems in dismantled coal power plants. So in this, we really could replace, for example, the boiler, and then just put a system that is able to heat up the salts from the cold tank to the hot tank, and then to generate vapor and run the turbine already existing in the panel dismantled. That's a proposal, for example. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Actually, we saw how different types of thermal storage could be applied not only on CSP plants, but beyond that as well. So just to not to sum up to what we have seen up to now based on the topic of the session. So we have seen two presentations on energy system integration, one on energy storage, and now we'll jump to digitization. And Cristobal Valsande will introduce Techniker.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everybody. I will just try to give you some suggestions on digitalization on CSP, just to provoke discussion afterwards. And I don't want to bore you talking about Techniker. I think that most of you already know us, but just a couple of words. We are a research center mainly focused on advanced manufacturing, surface engineering, and ICT technologies. That is in some way the goal of this presentation. And we use all these technologies in energy sectors for generation management and use, and in particular in CSP and energy storage. For CSP, we work on advanced coatings, heat transfer and thermal storage media, and in development of new systems and components from mechatronics and thermohydraulics point of view. And of course, we work on the development of tailored sensors, automatic inspection, big data analysis, mainly focused on improved operation and maintenance. And going to the point of discussions, the question is, what should digitalization bring to CSP? And from my perspective, what we should focus is not on developing new technologies, but just to think and to look at other sectors, what automotive, communication, of manufacturing sectors have done, and just copy or adapt what they have already done. And that is cross-cutting issues, you know? Trying to learn from others and to apply it to our sector.
Let's say international collaboration.
Yeah. So in some way, this can be bad news because our plants are not so digitalized. We are operating the plants in a quite manual way. And of course, the size of the sector is not as big as others. We probably do not have the same investment capacity. But on the other hand, I think that we have quite good news, because the need for dispatchable green energy is there. So we have a chance, we have a potential market. And on the other hand, as we are arriving maybe later than others, part of the work, or maybe most of the work, is already done. And what we just have to do is to look what others have already done and adapt it to our needs. And probably we can jump many steps that all others have already done for us. So what should digitalization bring to CSP? First, things that should bring us is to reduce costs. This is one of the key issues in the production, installation, operation, maintenance. And that means that it should help us to reduce CapEx and to reduce OpEx. But at the same time, this should allow us to increase the generation of our plants, so increase the yield, increase the reliability, the confidence of the market on our technology, increasing quality control, reducing uncertainty, helping us to operate in the optimal way the plants. And finally, it should help us to take full advantage of the dispatchability capabilities of our plants, So it should help us to produce, to give ancillary services to the grid, to participate more actively in the electric market, to help other renewables to reduce their curtailments, and in the heat sector also to give a more reliable heat supply to the industry. And all this should be feasible using additional sensors, data analytics, more computing, that are more and more powerful every day and less expensive every day. So we should take advantage of this. And probably all this can be more or less easily understood. Probably the CapEx is not so clear, because if we are including new sensors, new software, it's not clear how you can reduce CapEx, because you are adding new things. But I would use the heliostat as a illustrative case, because we all know that heliostats are quite normally quite stiff structures that have to be moved quite precisely. So we need very stiff structures and quite expensive and complex drive systems. So adding sensors and adding intelligence to the heliostats can reduce the cost in different ways. On one hand, we can use wireless technologies, and in this way we can avoid trenches, we can avoid cabling, and this can reduce costs in some way. On the other hand, regarding the implementation, the commissioning of the plant, if we have heliostats that can be automatically calibrated, you can get plug-and-play systems, so you can reduce the time of commissioning. That is a good part of the cost in a plant, and you can do an easier implementation. And finally, if we can get heliostats that can be calibrated quite very often, then we can reduce we can relax the requirements in the long term. Because if we can recalibrate the systems very often, we don't need them to be very stable along the lifetime. So we can move from very heavy and expensive structures and complex drives to softer, lighter, and cheaper elements. So in some way, we could remove part of the steel, integrating just sensors and electronics. For me, the easiest way to explain this is using our own examples. This is how Cner and Technique have been working on this, and we have tried to replace complex drives with very simple drives using cables and very cheap motors. But of course, these systems cannot guarantee their stability, their performance along the time, and we need to calibrate them quite often. So if we include just a camera on the system that is integrated with electronics, this camera can identify points in the field that we have, lights that we have located in the field, and just identifying these lights and knowing the drive position, the system can recalibrate it every night, for instance, and can assure the required accuracy, even with cheap and light structures and drives. This is what some others are already doing. This is, for instance, the new design of a heliostat made by Haliogen, that is even lighter, less stiff than the one that we are proposing. And this system, of course, cannot provide the required accuracy in open loop, because it has nearly no stiffness, but they are trying to close the loop with additional sensors in the tower. And of course, if you can know the real orientation of the system at any time, you can do the work with a very, very soft and light system. Okay, So this is for the CapEx. For the OpEx, I think it's more clear. If we add more sensors, we can have a better control. We can add data analysis, so we can know how the whole systems in the field are working, and so we can make a more reliable operation. We can schedule maintenance tasks more in a better way. We can reduce inspection and maintenance works on the field that are expensive and require a lot of work. And regarding the yield, it's also clear. If we know better the system, the plant, we can recalibrate the systems more often, so we can have an optimum operation, more operating hours, and at the end we can get more power from the same plant. And all these proposals are not only ours, but have already been summarized in the new proposal for the implementation plan in the next set plan. It's in activity 7.1 of this new implementation plan. And that's what I wanted to say.
They were really interesting to see how digital tools, technologies can support actually not only the hardware part, but also software parts, as you mentioned, the maintenance schedule and so on. I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions to any of the speakers. And I see 2 hands so far. They can, Yannick, you can go first, but
Daniel Weber from Austrian Institute of Technology. So I have a question, maybe to Ursula, maybe also to Eduardo. I was wondering about the seasonality of the storages. So when you're producing the energy in summer, you're of course producing much more and much longer energy. You don't need to store it as long. In winter, I don't know, the storage might not get full because you have fewer hours. But do you dimension the storage systems with regards to seasonality?
Well, the size of the thermal storage system is defined in a way that in summertime, in a sunny day in summertime, we can produce electricity up to 24 hours, not more. So, bigger size of thermal storage are not cost effective. So the maximum size is to allow electricity production through power 24 hours. In Spain, the thermal energy storage system we have are big enough to keep the power block in summertime 7.5 hours. So Spanish plant, solar thermal power plant can produce electricity in summertime during the day and also 7.5 hours after sunset at full power. If we reduce the power, the output power, we can keep the power block running more time, 9–10 hours. This is what is usually done in order to keep the steam turbine running continuously, because if you stop and start the steam turbine, you reduce the lifetime of the turbine. So this is why usually in Spain, we reduce the power generation at night using thermal energy from the thermal storage, so that the next day in the morning, we can increase the power, but we do not have to start up the turbine because the turbine is running all night long. So in summertime, what happens? In summertime, due to the incidence angle of the solar radiation, the solar field is producing less energy during sunlight hours. So we usually keep the thermal energy in the thermal energy storage in order to run the power block at full load for 3, 4, 6 hours. But we cannot run the power block 24 hours because the solar field is not able to provide enough thermal energy. This is why Spanish plants are offering to the TSO, to the company in charge of the management of the grid, are offering the possibility to use a fraction of this thermal storage in winter time to keep a permanent power available for the grid, because the plant does not need the full capacity of the thermal storage in winter time. So a significant portion of the tanks of the energy in the thermal storage system could be kept by the plant at the disposal of the grid operator to provide energy when they need it very quickly. This is another benefit of solar thermal power plant with thermal storage, because they can somehow replace, or they can play a similar role in winter than pumping station. So.
Okay, yeah, please. Thank you very much, Lord.
Once again, theory, I have also a question to regarding this power, and you said you have the limit due to the salt mixture, something like 550 degrees in the body, right? What is the maximum thermal power your solar field would be able to produce on this focal point if you would be limited by the temperature stability of the salt mixture?
Está desilusionado. Contesta tú.
Sí, pero
¿cuál? Es que está por diseño.
I was talking with my colleague because I think that we are perhaps confusing power with design point of the plant, because the temperature and the power are different parameters. So we can provide the same power with different temperatures. So the power is fixed by the size of the solar field. The bigger the solar field, the more power we can deliver at the receiver. No matter the temperature. The temperature the influence of the temperature is very small, only for thermal losses, because the higher the temperature, the higher the thermal losses, but the thermal losses are not more than 7%. So we can increase the temperature at the receiver without reducing the power. The power is limited by the solar field. And this is something that we define at the design phase of the plant. So in power, we have more concentration at the receiver, and this is why the maximum temperature of the molten salt is 570, because molten salt we are using now are stable up to 600 degrees C. Above that temperature, there is a decomposition of the salt. And so in tower system, we can achieve this maximum temperature. In parabolic trough or linear Fresnel concentrator, we cannot achieve such a high temperature because of the lower concentration ratio of the solar field. So temperature is somehow limited by the concentration, the temperature, and the power is limited by the size of the solar field.
Just to add one simple thing, because if you have no storage, as you would also the chemical energy storage, then the temperature would be crucial. And that was the reason of my question. Because if you think about huge different concepts using chemical storage, then you could use high temperature, for instance, redox active materials and stuff like that.
Yeah, the two temperatures I was talking about here, this 293 for parabolic trough, is due to the temperature limit of the oil, because the oil is the heat transfer fluid running through the solar field. And in this case, you just use the oil from the solar field to heat up the molten salts from 200 to 300, okay, 100 degrees difference. But is the limit in the parabolic trough technology is not the salt, is the oil. But in the tower is the salt. But because you are using salt. But if you are using a tower in which you are not using your salt, imagine you are using other transfer fluid, for example, air or whatever you can, really achieve higher temperatures. For thermochemical storage and thermochemical processes, and you can, the limit probably is the concentration ratio on the solar field to the tower. But then when you say, or when we say 565, is because of the salt. If you have not the limit of the salt, if you could find another salt that is able to work at higher temperatures, you could achieve these temperatures, making a higher power or more concentration with the solar field. That's, now the limit is the materials you are using, heat transfer fluid or molten salts. And the advantage of using the molten salts in the tower, since you can increase the temperature difference between the cold tank and the hot tank. This means that since you can use less amount of salt because the temperature difference is higher. So the amount of energy, because it is insensible heat, is higher. So you can reduce the mass of salt for, let's say, storing the same amount of energy. And then you produce electricity depending on the turbine and the rosette. You just need to reduce it's a question of the steam generator. You can just change the interior of the steam generator and the turbines. That's the limit.
Thank you both for your very clear and detailed answers. I would like to ask Miguel, who is online, about Solatom products. I'd like to ask, how do you see your innovative design and innovative applications to different types of industries, let's say, I saw that from beverage to energy generation. But how do you see your design technologies as part of the concept of energy system integration? Could they play a role on that? So I mean, bringing different technologies or integrating different technologies together. So storage is one of them, and I don't know.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean, not only Solatom, any concentrator used for process heat. We have a lot of opportunities for like integration with different technologies. For example, we are designing a project in the northern part of Spain in which we are going to combine these solar concentrators with a geothermal system and a heat pump. Because in summer we have an excess of production, because as you know, in summer we are producing way more than, for example, in this case, the industry needs. So what we're doing is just reheat or heat the soil or the land, and the geothermal system is going to make advantage of this energy produced during the summer for reactive the land for the winter. So that is, for example, one option. We also have some projects in which the backup system is biomass instead of a classic gas boiler, for example. And of course, I mean, there are like an R&D project right now in Europe, very, very famous, like combining heat pumps with solar concentrators. So, I mean, our technology and every concentrator, this medium temperature solar concentrator, have the opportunity of integrate with a significant number of different technologies. Of course, we're trying to do it everything renewable. It makes not a lot of sense to do it with fossil fuels based technologies. But even in the small group sorry, of renewable technologies, solar thermal, concentrated solar thermal will play a very important role because of the range of temperature that we can achieve, which is not easy to achieve with other renewable solutions.
Thank you very much for your answer. I think there is
1 minute TV.
1 minute TV.
1 minute TV switch off.
It's a TV. It's not.
Maybe I didn't pay the subscription. Okay, I would like to get back to this and see if there's anybody with any question. Yes, down there.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the chart. So with the thermal sheet of the hot tank, with, let's say, high temperature at 600 degrees, how much gas do we have around 1 week or 1 month ratio? Is it like 5%, 10%? What is the average?
Are you talking about thermal losses in the hot tank? Yes. Due to a very good thermal insulation, thermal losses are very low and the temperature decrease in 24 hours, only 1 degree C. So we can keep the energy there 1 week easily.
Again, maybe I will get back to the digitization because I still have several solutions that you can offer. Actually, I don't know if all of them are achieving the same technology or similar softwares, but I see a series of different services that you provide, for example, predictive maintenance or several functions during the operation and so on, forecasting and so on. I would like to ask, do you have concrete, do you have an estimation on how much, what is the impact of these technologies on the operation, on the operation costs actually of CSP? Maybe one of them, maybe not, maybe just because in the previous presentation, we heard that levelized cost of electricity might not be the best indicator to describe the cost of the technology. Maybe it's not always the case. Do you have any?
The point is that the digitalization can provide you a great number of solutions, and each of them will have a different impact. For instance, just to make an example, we are working on a sensor that can measure the level of dust that is in the solar field. Nowadays, its plant in Spain, a 50 megawatt plant, spent probably in the range of 1 million euros cleaning the solar field every year. So if
they hear well, 1 billion euros.
1 million
on operational costs just for cleaning.
Yeah, it's the most demanding task in operation of the plant, because the level of reflectance that you have in your mirror, that is the dust that you have in the mirror, has a direct impact on the energy that you can produce. 1% of reflectance reduction means 1% reduction in the power that you can deliver with your plant. So the operators spent a lot of effort doing this cleaning. Normally they have at least one truck at the plant cleaning every day the solar field. But nowadays, the decision on where to clean is decided on the basis of some people that is walking on the solar field, measuring the reflectance of the mirrors in certain parts. So you have very few data in order to decide what to do the next day with your track. If you could have, let's say, 100 of measurements in your solar field, you could decide which is the area that that you should clean to provide a better outcome of your plant. And this could mean, for instance, 1% more of power from your solar plant. If you can assure an increase of 1% in your efficiency, this is a huge amount of money that you can earn. So different actions have different impacts and different costs. So I think that there is not a single answer.
I think you answered my question. I guess this is just one of the many examples of how digital solutions and tools could further increase the efficiency and, of course,
I see that the point in CSP plants is that nowadays they are operated in a very manual way. The operator has a lot of decisions and the same plant operated by different people has different yield because they have to decide many things and they do not have a lot of information, a lot of data on how the plant is that day. So there is a lot of uncertainty on how to operate the plant.
It's very much dependent on the actual decisions that the person who is in command that.
Yeah, and the problem is that he has very few data in order to take that decisions.
Okay, I think we're approaching very close to lunchtime, unless we have a final question from the audience or any response from any closing remark from our panelists. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any hands. So one reminder before we go to lunch, please, in case you have not registered, do so. There is an A4 in that desk. It will help us with logistical issues. And if you have if you have registered already for the workshop, there is also a name tag for you down there. So yeah, please help us.
More information for we are leaving it too. Yes. So maybe Ricardo, you can say what is happening now, because we need to split into groups, correct?
Yes.
And then we need to reroll. We expect these groups also for tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're going to visit two different facilities.
Yeah. Now for the well, we will have the lunch now, and then 2:15, most probably we will go for a visit around the Plataforma Solar. So there will be two groups. There will be two groups for the visit at the Plataforma Solar today and tomorrow. So the idea is you can go for any of the two groups today, but tomorrow you have to go for the same group. I mean, if you go today with group 1, tomorrow you will go again with this group because we are going to visit different facilities today and tomorrow. So you have to make sure that you go with the group 1 today. Tomorrow you also go with group 1. If you go with group 2, then tomorrow you have to go with group 2. Okay? But is it easy? But just make sure that you do it that way. Okay?
So 2:15, we meet outside, or?
Yeah, just here. The bus will be outside.
Okay.
Mira cómo lo ven aquí. Que lo ven así. Maybe you change the microphone.
Okay. And welcome everybody to the last session of the Supera workshop today with the title The Role of Energy Storage in Future Power Grids. So we have a bit delay. I think we can go straight away. It's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker. We have a short deviation in the agenda. Marcelino Sanchez will attend today, but fortunately, his colleague Javier Garcia Barberena from China will give the presentation. So, Javier, please.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So, yes, as Miriam has said, I'm substituting Marcelino Sanchez, my colleague, in this talk. To make an opening of this session, I'm going to present some, what we think, our opinion, okay, of what are the challenges and our main concerns that we have now about the energy transition. I'm sure that my colleagues will get deeper into the story of things in the following talks. So the first thing is, it's not working. The mouse. Yes. Oh, there was a link. Okay. Okay. So the first thing is. Okay. The first thing is to consider what are the main challenges actually today for this energy transition. And first of all, we many times think about the problem being the world population, the growth that we are living today. I think we just passed 8,000 million people like yesterday or something like that. Or the limitation in the resources that we have. But actually what we think, these are the drivers, but we think, what we think is that the actual challenge is to make this energy transition in a sustainable way. So this beautiful sentence from Gandhi, the world has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's greed. So what we have to do is to focus on this transition into a reasonable, let's say, everyone should have what it needs, not everything. And we believe that this is actually the challenge for the energy transition, the sustainability, not only to address one or another point. So for considering this, the challenge of this energy transition, there are many things that we have to take into consideration, not only the energy needs, of course, the technical solutions that will give out this energy production, but also economic growth, this sustainability, and consider every aspect like energy security, energy poverty that we have to address, this population growth, of course. And for this, we believe that the energy transition challenge has to address all the different aspects from social, because this is about the welfare of everyone. So we cannot forget the social justice, the sustainable economical growth, which is also important, of course, environment, of course, the technical approaches and the technical solutions, but not only as a technical themselves, but as an engine for the progress of society. And we believe that the strategical aspect is also as important as all the rest. I think this is an opportunity also to lead the world, and we should not forget about that, looking to the inside, but looking abroad also, and see how we plan the strategy to be there in the world. Okay, and all these aspects cannot be addressed separately. We believe that we have to consider them as a whole, and also it's very, very crucial to have in mind that we are this present, but we have a midterm in the following years and the future, and everything is very interrelated. So we have to consider all these aspects as a whole and a long time. The energy transition is quite complex if we see it this way. And of course, it's not free of particular interest. And I think that we should put the general interest before the particular interest. Of course, there are many lobbies pushing for one or another thing. Actually, we're here as a lobby that we want to push for our solutions and not others. But we think that this is a worldwide problem that we have to face, looking for the general interest and not one's or another one. Of course, not for a company or a sector. And in this situation, what we think is that what we are doing today is actually and severely, let's say, conditioning the future. But also what we think about the future, all our regulation, is conditioning what we do today. And we have to be very careful on how we plan now, because what we will do now will condition also what we can do later. Okay, for instance, it's a very simple thing. If we put PV in every single roof in the industry, then we cannot then put solar thermal because there's already PV there. Okay, it's not a very important thing, that specific thing, but it's important to know that the regulation has to consider that what we do now is affecting or will affect what we can do later. And this leads basically to how is the policy now. And we want to raise a couple of concerns about what is happening now. This is just a couple of examples. What happened with the hydrogen in the last weeks or months, and I'm sure you will know. There was a delegate act draft from the European Commission saying that green hydrogen would be that which is produced from renewable energies within the same 1 hour period. Okay, and then a couple of weeks later, they just vote to remove this part, and it's part of the delegate act, and that it could be, I think you can read, but anyway, could be calculated in a quarterly basis. Well, for us, this, I don't know what is the sense for that. I mean, if it's green, it's green. If it's not green, it's not green. Now I think the discussion is about nuclear hydrogen being green or not. Well, and there's another thing with nuclear and with gas. 6th of July 2020, the news was that they were banned from the energy transition and clean things. And 2 years exactly, Reuters published July 6th, 2022, gas and nuclear are considered green again. So what is the strategy there? Or what is our vision of the future? what are we doing actually with our policy making. So we believe that the appropriate policy making is actually crucial to be able to develop a good energy transition. We need to have a clear vision of what is the future we want and then act towards that in future, not changing policies once and again. These policies has to consider everything and at every time, being transparent, clear, and inclusive. We have to consider all the technologies, we have to consider everything, not just what is now in the mood or what is now very attractive, the hype of one thing or another. When we have to know where we go, be clear and go there. We need well-defined long-term strategies. We cannot change. Today we need gas because it's a real need, so we change our view of gas as a green. Now, okay, maybe it was fine to keep producing with gas. It's a need, but we have to have clear in mind that our strategy or our future, what we see, is gas-free. So we cannot say now it's green. It's not green. Well, this is our opinion. Okay, it's not green, but maybe it's fine to use it now. But it's not green. And of course, there's another thing. This strategical view of leading the world. There's China there, United States, Russia, which are giants. And we really believe that we need a common European approach for this. As separate countries, I think we don't have the critical mass, let's say, to actually move forward. I think we have to really have common approaches. We do have, I know, but even having that, we sometimes see one country in one way, another country another one. We think this is not the way that we will be able to make a good strategy to lead the world in this future scenario. Another concern, very important about the energy transition and what is coming, is what about the cost analysis, the famous levelized cost of electricity. Is this the right parameter to make the cost analysis, this levelized cost of electricity? Is it the best parameter to base the actions upon it? We have seen in 1 month ago that here in Spain it was a reserve for CSP action, in the action, and it was desert because besides everything, there was a sentence there that the LCOE could not be higher than, and then it's desert, and we won't see a new plant of CSP. Is the LCOE a good one? And what we think is, you all know that the LCOE, the definition and so on, is kind of an average net present cost of electricity generation for a generator over its lifetime. But it considers the generator is producing at every time. But actually the real price of electricity is not what you can produce, but what you can sell to the system. And of course, if it depends on what you can sell, it depends on the demand, but it depends also on the regulatory framework. Just as rapid examples, what happened to combined cycles, at least in Spain, which is the data I know, in the years before, several years before, they were producing, many of the combined cycles in Spain were producing way below 10% of their capacity. So what is the levelized cost of electricity of a combined cycle plant if you are producing 5%? It's huge, really. Another thing related in the present time, in last year, I think is the data, the combined cycles and also coal doubled their production. With huge prices for gas, they doubled the production that they used to have before. What is the sense for that? What is the cost of the levelized cost of electricity for a combined cycle? It's not that easy. And this is, furthermore, this has happened at the same time that the renewable energy sources have been restricted by technical conditions, and they are producing a lot less than they could. PV and wind, 330 more or less gigawatt hour less, and even solar thermal also in the same order of magnitude, 23 gigawatt less that they could, having way less capacity installed, which is not especially symmetrical. Okay. So these are just examples that the real price of electricity is not at all the levelized cost of energy as we used to calculate it. So we think that is not the best approach. And there's another thing that is very important, and we consider very important, which is the benefits of the local content. They are almost never considered what are the real benefits of the local content of the technologies. And this is what is linked to the economical growth of a region, of the industries, and of course to the security and independence. So if we are only installing PV plants with PV modules coming from China, what is the real value for that? What is the growth that we can expect having due to that plants, those new plants? It's not the same. So we really believe that we need better cost and value, not only cost analysis, and better or improved performance indicators if we want to ensure that the future energy system is economically feasible and valuable for the region, for Europe. This is about the cost. And there's another concern. What is the kind of energy system that we want to have in the future? Okay. I think we all agree that now we need all the technologies together. That's fine. We all agree that the renewables, wind, solar, CSP, biomass, they will have a predominant role in the system. But actually, are we really in the right path to reach an optimum energy mix? Do we know what that energy mix is? What is the optimum? Because we are just making auctions for one another thing without knowing what is actually the optimum for the future. And in this sense, what will happen if we just install many renewables now, variable renewables, let's say the cheap ones, wind and PV? What will happen with the excess of energy in the system? So what will happen with the selling price of the electricity? For instance, at noon, if we have a system overloaded with PV, the price will be zero or almost zero. And how will this affect investors? What about the investor of the next PV plant? What will be the cost of that electricity if he cannot sell it? Huge. And now we're talking a lot about nuclear. What if we put a lot of nuclear in the system? The cost would be huge, we know. And also, what about the flexibility? Base load is needed, of course, but it's only a part. We need to have flexibility. Nuclear won't provide that flexibility, or not at least with the technology we have now. So what we think is that, of course, what is needed to link everything together and to make a feasible and reasonable energy mix is the cheap and massive storage systems that would provide this flexibility and dispatchability for the system. Okay. And if we talk about the energy storage systems, of course, I think we have to consider as one of the most promising alternatives the thermal energy storage system. As we have seen before, and we will see later for sure, these thermal energy storage systems are current technology are actually massive. I mean, they can store large amounts of energy. The storage systems now are up to 1 gigawatt hour, but they're already commercially demonstrated, but I'm sure it could be 2, 3, 5, 10 with more or less same technology. They are durable, let's say not as batteries, which are more we don't know how much will they long, but this I've put there 20 years, but probably could be also 40 if we want. They are affordable, they are very competitive in cost now. We have found references from 5 to 70 euros kilowatt hour. I don't care now exactly what is the best reference, but of course this is much lower than references that we may find from 300, 400 up to 1,500 euros per kilowatt hour of the electric batteries. So they are actually affordable. And a very important thing linked with my initial slide, which is that they are sustainable. They are using recycled materials or their materials, if we think in molten salts, are reusable, for instance, as fertilizers. They are non-toxic, non-hazardous materials. So quite different from the lithium batteries or this kind of solutions. And of course, I'm not talking here about thermal energy storage to store heat or only heat. I'm talking about power to heat to power solutions. both, okay, heat, but also to store electricity. And if we think about the thermal energy storage system, of course, we have to think about the concentrated, we have to mention the concentrated solar power technologies. The role of the CSP technologies has been essential to demonstrate that these thermal energy storage systems are indeed feasible, economically reasonable, and they work and they are already deployed. The plants with the CSP plants with molten salts are actually able to provide dispatchable energy. Many times they are used as a continuous thing, but actually they are able technologically to follow a demand. They have very large storage capacity. We can range from 4 to 12 or even more hours in plants between 50 and 200 megawatts up to now. And a very, very important thing, which is that Europe has been, or it is something to discuss, the worldwide leaders of these two technologies. And I think that's something that we have to put in value. And of course, CSP, with or without energy storage, but hopefully with, is not only to provide electricity, which it is, but also to provide with current technologies medium or high temperature heat for industrial processes, and also to provide high temperature heat for solar fuels in a lower TRLs now, but in the, let's hope, close future. So CSP is very linked up to now to the thermal energy storage system, and it's a technology that probably should play a relevant role in the future. And then just to conclude quite fast, there is a challenge on how to configure this energy transition. We believe that there is opportunities for all the technologies, and probably all the technologies now are necessary for the energy transition. We cannot just put apart some of them because we need them all. But we think it's essential to exploit the advantages of each technology for its particular needs, for its particular application. And in terms of sustainability, energy independence, flexibility, there is room for batteries, of course, for instance, electric vehicle, for instance, many of probably also. There is room for hydrogens or advanced fuels, for instance, for aviation. There should be room also for thermal energy storage for process heat, for CSP with thermal energy storage, for electricity generation, and everything should be considered appropriately for a good and sustainable energy system. Of course, the final cost has to be considered. That's obvious, but it is not the only or the main factor. We should see more things and put more things into the balance. And once again, say that energy policies are indeed already conditioning the future, current decisions, and what would the future look like. And it's essential to make the energy policies appropriate for the future we want. If we are changing now, we may end in something that is not actually desirable. And if we go to the role of CSP yes, thermal energy storage, is to say that thermal energy storage has a lot of options in this energy transition. The power to heat to power, process heat, and thermal consumption. One thing that we should not forget is the application for retrofitting of existing plants. Okay, at least if we want to dismantle coal power plants, we can reuse, and it's technically feasible, challenging but feasible, reuse the power cycle to make huge current batteries. And also, even in nuclear plants, we could add thermal energy storage to drastically increase the dispatchability. The use of concentrated solar should also be used, and I think we need to promote and encourage the use for both electricity, but also heat to the industry. And the combination of CSP and thermal energy storage systems, we believe that we can ensure the European energy independence, avoid the volatility of the prices that we are having now in these years, and of course increase the competitiveness of the European industry. And want now or later to have some discussion, I will be happy to hear your further concerns or ideas. Thank you.
Questions after all.
It's fine. I don't see, but I don't see my presentation. No, it's one.
Okay, so our next speaker is Walter Guajoli, head of the Thermal and Smart Network Division at Enea, and he's going to talk to you about the thermal energy storage systems supporting new renewable power networks.
Thank you, Ricardo. Good evening, everybody. I will try to go faster to recover the time. The first challenge to support the energy transition is to reach to have a large amount quote of the renewable energy in the power network. In the picture, it showed the increment of the last year, the use of the variable renewable energies. This part of the energies is made essentially with the PV system or wind system. The difference between the variable energy system and not the variable energy system is that in the first case, when they produce the power is directly injected in the network. In the other case, it's possible to calibrate the use of the power energy in base of the power load. The transition, this request of this target to use the large quote of the variable renewable energies have essentially two big impact in the network. The first impact will require the big quote of the flexible energy. This flexible energy is the part of the energy to cover the gap between the power load and the power source. Because for the correct function of the power network, we need to balance every time the power load with the power production. The second impact is the oversizing of the network, because if I use the large quote of the variable renewable energy, I have we have to oversize the network technology used to transfer the quota of the energy. So this means an increment of the cost of the transfer of the energy. The solution to solve these two problems related with the use of the variable energy is use of the storage technology. Obviously, in the market, there are different types of the storage technology. Today, we focus the attention only with the thermal storage system. The thermal storage system is realized with a different type of the thermal storage technologies. In the market, the major storage system already present is the double tank with the molten salt coupled with the CSP plant. And each type of the storage system is characterized by the one quality. If we focus the attention with the double tank with the molten salt, this type of the thermal storage system characterized by the quality of you can use this system to buffer the power production with the power load, to shift in the time they use the energy, to extend the power production of the renewable energy, and to possible to realize the integration between different types of the renewable energies. There is also another application of this type of the storage system for the retrofitting power plant for the coil in the coil plant. I can use the power block, and in place to use the fossil fuel, I can connect the power block with the thermal storage system. The recommendation at the small scale, so the smart grid near to the end user, to combine the power production with the heat production to cover both the request of the end user. How can to meet the use of the thermal storage in the network? The thermal storage can use at the upper level. In this case, use the thermal storage system to compensate the request of the flexible energy in the power grid, or in the down level, so near to the end user. In this case, the particular application for the energy community in the smart grid application with the maximum power size is about 1 megawatt. In this case, the thermal storage system can be used to supply in the same time the power energy and the heat. And in this case, I solved the problem, the both problem, the request of the flexible energy and the oversizing the power network, because I solved it near to the where is the issue. If I concentrate, if I focus my attention about the thermal storage system based in a double tank with the molten salt, there are some issues. So from the technical point of view, the technology is already for the request of the market. And but in the major part of the European country, we need to increment the use of this type of technology. We need to apply the special policy for the renewable policy. So we need to differentiate between the renewable energies from the not variable energies, because at the moment there is the fee supported with the same way. The other point, we need to increase, to change the regulatory framework, because in some countries, the regulatory framework is oriented to use only the electrical storage system, but not the storage system. And another problem, because the thermal storage system, especially the molten salt system, is can use it for collect the energy from the other renewable energies. But in this case, there is the specific legal question that not permitted to use this type of the plant in the power network. Option, we need to increase, to improve technology, this type of technology in the public sector, especially with the industrial sector, in this specific sector. And the research gap can be solved using the project demonstration. In the end, I try to summarize to have some conclusion to use the thermal storage in the power network. Obviously, this analysis is oriented for the double tank because it's the major technology used at the commercial level. In Europe, if I see the European market, this system speak Spanish, because about 1 gigawatt is installed in Spanish. In other countries, there are only 50 megawatt in Greece, 20 in French, few megawatt in Italy and Germany. So in this moment, it's a specific question of the Spanish country. But I think the next future, when they increase the quota of the renewable energy in the market and in the network, as in the other country, you can open the new possibility to use the thermal storage based in the double tank, especially for the different type of the market energy. But in conclusion, you can tell that the thermal storage based in the double tank is already ready for the user in the energy arbitrage market, which is the energy arbitrage. To cover the flexible energy in the day before the regulatory authority to buy the energy, to cover the request of the changement of the power load in the day after. In this case, the thermal energy storage coupled with, for example, with the CSP plant can use it for this part of the market. Before me, Eduardo Zarza is reclaiming the use of the CSP energy system during the winter, because in the energy stored in the storage part of the CSP, this CSP plant, Spanish CSP plant, you can support the request of the flexible energy during the day in the winter period. For the other part, for the other application, for the congestion management of the power network, this type of technology is ready, but we needed to change the regulatory framework. For the last two parts, the renewable peak shedding, so reduce the peak power due by the presence of the renewable energy, require different action. Require the action to improve, to increase the research and development action with a specific project to demonstrate that it's possible to use this type of technology. But in the same time, we need also to change the actual regulatory framework, and I can tell also the policy market. For the second, the primary market, that is the market dedicated during the day to balance the changement of the power load. For the second, the regulation, so in the regulation, the flexible energy in the base of the minutes, we need the double tank molten salt can be used, but we need to realize the specific application. I suppose that the normal plant that use a double tank with the CSP in this moment aren't ready for this type of application, but in the next generation can be introduced some technical changement to use this type the system for this specific market that at the moment is covered only with the fossil source. For the primary regulation, so the regulation with the safety of the power flow in the power network, the technical energy storage system based with the double tank is not possible to use it, but we need to combine this type of the system with the battery system. And I don't know if in general, if from the market point of view is can be a solution. Obviously, the thermal energy storage system with the double tank, if I, at the moment, if I see the, for example, USA market, is already cheaper respect to the other type of storage system, respect, for example, the battery, but only for the large quantity capacity. So for the capacity hour, the 50 megawatt hour. So like the plant that is the same scale used in the Spanish camp. So, and in conclusion, we can tell that the thermal energy storage system in different type of technology system is as the researcher you are having at the level can be used to solve the energy transmission in the power network. The technology thermal energy storage system based in double tank is ready for some application, but require a changement of the policy and the regulatory framework in the short time, if we want to use this system in base of the other system like the battery, that is more, the market is more oriented to use this moment, this part of the market. The research and development can help this transfer, this use of this technology, realizing the specific project, the demonstration project. So during the question time, you can give some point if you want to. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Salvatore Basta from CNR. He will join us online, and he's the sub-program coordinator of the Thermal Energy Storage sub-program of the Joint Program Energy Storage. And the title of his presentation is Investigation of Potentialities of Closed-Site Sorption Thermal Energy Storage for Industrial Applications. Salvatore, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, nice. Good afternoon to everyone, and I'm very sorry to not be here with you. Anyway, in the previous presentations, we saw some interesting suggestions on how to use and employ in a better way thermal energy storage, especially integrated in energy grids. And Walter Gaggioli showed some interesting tips on the use of thermal energy storage as a peak shaver in the grid. And one of the things that he showed is that there is a gap in the research about the use of thermal energy storage concerning their integration in energy grid. And what I will show you now is a bit different, because we will move from the level of thermal of the grid to the level of industrial process, and we will see how it's possible to reduce the impact on the grid of industrial processes that are energy intensive. The first thing to tell is that industrial processes account for one fourth of the total energy demand over the world. And if we look more in detail, we can see that both heating and cooling processes and facility heating and cooling represents an important share of the primary energy demand into the industrial sector. And the consumes coming from the industrial sector directly impact on grids. So the idea is to try to limit the impact on the grid of such processes by using new technologies coupled with consolidated technologies like concentrating solar systems in order to improve the amount of energy, renewable energy used in that sector. So what what the thermal energy storage do for reduce this impact on the grid? We thought about this, and we thought that in the short period, for sure, what research can do in the field of thermal energy storage is to do a kind of screening of the technologies for thermal energy storage and identify some technologies that are suitable for application in thermal energy storage and imagine a different application. And then what we can do also is try to simulate in a preliminary stage, try to simulate the use of these technologies and made a comparison with traditional technologies. In the midterm, what we can do is to set some experiments to prove what we previously simulated. So the first thing that we did is to imagine different application of consolidated technologies such as sorption technologies in order to limit and correct the power and time mismatch between the load and solar energy availability in order to enhance and improve the share of renewable solar heat that is possible to use in the industrial application. And so what we did is we looked at the inside our previous research, my research group, the group that I'm leading in this moment, has a very large experience in sorption heat pumps. And then we took these technologies and imagined a different application. And we imagined to use the sorption technologies to store energy for a long period. So to implement a kind of long-term energy storage. The idea is to use, the heat when it's available to charge this kind of thermal battery by desorbing the adsorbent materials, and the vapor that is desorbed from the adsorbent material can be condensated, and the battery in this way is charged. Then it's possible to close the connection between the desorber and the condenser and store this amount of heat for a long period. There is not a limit because I converted the heat into sorption potential. So in principle, I can store it for a very long period. When I need the heat back, I simply open this connection and vapor flows back into the adsorbent materials, and the heat that was stored during the charging stage is immediately released. And if we look at these technologies, we can simply realize that it is half of a heat pipe cycle, adsorbent heat pipe cycle. So more in detail, just to make you understand how it should work. During the operation of a solar concentrating concentrating field, it's possible to both charge the thermal battery and feed the industrial process. Meanwhile, I release heat at lower temperature. This heat can be both dissipated in the ambient or can be used if the thermal level is suitable for other industrial applications. During the discharging stage, instead, when the sun is not available anymore, I can discharge the thermal battery and feed the industrial process. At the same time, as collateral effect, I produce cold that can be both dissipated in the environment, but if necessary, if the thermal level is suitable, can be used in another industrial process that requires to be cooled. Why we did this? Because once for all, we wanted to demonstrate that also sorption technologies is suitable for the implementation of thermal energy storage in industrial field. And we did the screening of materials and tried to calculate their physical limits. We simulated an actual industrial application. And at the end of this work, we tried to propose a modular shape that can be easily implemented in an industrial process. What we did as first was we looked into a short list of materials that we used since a long time in application for heat pumping, and rapidly selected the most suitable. As shown in this picture, some materials are promising because they are stable and have a very low cost. And then as second step, we also let's say, invented some KPIs in order to compare the different performance of the materials that we selected. I will not go in the details, but KPIs I'm showing in this picture are related to the possibility to store for short or long term the heat into the thermal battery. And they also take in consideration the amount of heat that is stored as sensible heat into the steel and other materials that are heated with the absorbent material. Then let's go to the performance that we measured. This graph shows different materials used for the application I showed in the previous slide, and they are compared with a traditional system to store the heat, that is the pressurized water. As is possible to see, two of the materials that we selected as more promising performed quite well, but their performance is lower compared to the pressurized water. Instead, zeolite 4A, that is a very cheap material used since a long time in other applications, also for different sectors, then energy is performed quite well, both in long-term and short-term thermal energy storage. And it is possible to see that it's possible to double the capacity of store heat respect to the water, with the additional advantage that water perform at this pressure. That means that when I store water at 230 degrees, I have to consider that I'm storing water at 25 bars of pressure. Instead, an absorbent materials operates at pressure lower than ambient temperature. And then, considering the overall efficiency of this thermal battery, if I'm able to use all the heat involved in the process of charging and discharging, let me go back to these slides. So if I'm able to use the condensation of heat during the charging stage, for example, for producing domestic hot water or heating for the offices in the industry, and if I'm able to use the cold produced during the discharging, for example, for cooling other processes into the industrial area, well, in this case, that I'm able to use all is generated during the charging discharging phase, I can get very high efficiency in the round trip. That means charging and discharging. And this is very, very important and very attractive for this kind of technology. Concluding, this work is actually ongoing. We are starting now with experiments in a lab scale prototype. And we are doing some measurements on a very cheap material like the silica gel. And then with this preliminary study, we verified that some expensive materials that are on the market, that are very advertised, let me say, are not suitable for these applications. Instead, what is suitable is the zeolite 4A that is very, very cheap. Composite materials showed a very high potential, but they present some drawbacks, such as the corrosive effects on steels. And then another interesting feature is the efficiency, the round trip efficiency, that can be easily higher than 1.5. In the better cases, around 3. And last but not least, at the end, we demonstrated, because it was not demonstrated yet, that the sorption technology is suitable for application in the industrial field. That means for applications at temperature higher than 150 degrees. Okay, that's all. I'm sorry if my presentation was a bit more technical than the previous one. And if you have questions, I will be glad to answer to you. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker this evening is Linda Barelli. She is online. She is associate professor at the University of Perugia. And the title of the presentation is Hybrid Energy Storage System Integration into Power Grid. So, Linda.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go to the next. I can move the presentation? No?
I think so.
I can share with my PC, maybe.
If you click on the control remote on the top right of your screen, I think you can control the presentation.
Top right. No, I haven't. No.
The corner.
Can I share directly my screen?
Oh, I can do it for you if you want. If you don't mind.
Okay. Okay. So the presentation we already heard before, already presented which are the main issues. So I can recap in a very, very short time, which are the trends. First, we have a growth in distributed converter-based energy sources. So the inertia of the grid is reducing. Second, the users, so the load in different sectors, the electric load is increasing because electrification is growing in many sectors. Third, the electric infrastructure, there is the aging of the electric infrastructure. So you can go forward. The challenges that TSO, so the transmission system operators have to face with are the intermittency and congestion, the weakening system stability due to the inertial loss, the reduced visibility of grid assets since we have an increasing part of the generation asset in the distribution system, not more in the transmission system. Then another point is the fact that transmission system operators have to integrate a new technology, specifically also energy storage technologies in the system, but they have hold policies and regulatory frameworks that doesn't support and sometimes also impede in a certain way this integration. You can move. Okay, so it is clear for the previous presentation that we need flexibility, additional flexibility. Flexibility, there are several factors of flexibility. We are interested on the energy storage integration in the energy system. You can go, can move, okay? So what is needed by energy storage or renewable energy and renewable energy carriers? We need, so a technology improvement, and we need to allow a postponed use of energy, but both in the storage and utilization phases under multiple time scales. And you can move. In this, to this aim, hybridization of energy storage system can provide many advantages in the sense that you can combine complementary storage technologies and you can extend to merge the positive feature of base technology, single energy storage technologies, extending their application ranges. And which are the benefits? The benefits are in terms of the cycle efficiency increase, since each energy storage technology works under optimized conditions. Second, the extension of their lifespan. Then you have also to address renewable energy source variability and enhance the reliability of the power grid. You can go on the next slide, please. Okay. In the following slides, I propose you an overview of the potential advantages that we can obtain through hybridization. So implementing hybrid energy storage system. There are many architectures that can be proposed, and I investigated the past. But to propose a brief, but I hope effective presentation, I choose one architecture which hybridizes a power-intensive flywheel with a battery technologies. And I propose you different application at both at the DSO and TSO level. So a microgrid and at the DSO level, and the integration of an energy storage system coupled to a renewable energy storage and large-scale generation plants. That is an integration at the TSO level, so that the transmission system level. Okay, okay, stay here, please. If we have an hybrid energy storage system, the power management is crucial. The power management has to exploit in an optimized way the storage devices, and at the same time, it has to address the renewable variability. And I propose you as a leitmotif in my presentation, the application of specific power management algorithm, which is a stochastic one. And I made this choice since in this stochastic algorithm, we have to explicit which is the objective function. So which are the multi-criteria objectives that we fix for our storage system. And you can move in the next slide. The first application is to the microgrid. So in this slide, it is there are some formula, but don't worry, I don't enter on them. But I would like only to highlight as we have to split, in this case, the instantaneous difference between generation load, between two storage devices, a battery and flywheel, and the grid. And we have to do this according to a multi-criteria, a multi-objectives function. First, to reduce the exchange with the grid, so to maximize the energy independence of the microgrid. Second, to reduce the power ramp at the battery. So we want the battery works under a smoothed power profile. So we made several studies. Here some results are summarized to highlight these advantages that we can obtain through the hybridization of the storage technologies. First, in this circle, we can see how the energy independence from the grid is guaranteed. And in the graph in the left, you can see how through an experimental validation of battery operation according to state of charge evolution profile determined according to the hybrid installation and according to a single battery installation in the same microgrid. We can we validate, as in the case of the hybridization with a flywheel, thanks to the power smoothing of the flywheel towards the battery. The increase in the internal resistance of the battery is reduced of 1/3. It can be observed in this graph, since it relates to 3 equivalent years of operation of the battery. In the orange, in the case of the hybrid storage, in the blue, in the case of the single battery installation. So we made simulation, then we designed suitable accelerating edging test, and we validated this. So the power management and thanks to an optimized operation of the flywheel toward the batteries achieves the goal. Okay, you can move to the next slide. Here, the application to a large renewable energy storage plant, specifically a wind turbine of 2 megawatts. So the coupling of the hybrid energy storage system to a wind turbine. Here, the problem is different, is a power smoothing toward the grid. So the problem is to reduce as much as possible the power ramp, so the difference between consecutive power value delivered to the grid with respect to the difference between 2 consecutive power generation value. So again, it is split, this difference between among the flywheel, the battery, and the grid. And here the targets are to minimize the power ramp towards the grid. So at the point of the interface with the grid, the derivative of the power profile has to be minimized, and the same at the battery to extend its lifespan. Here, in this case, we focus on the fact of the hybrid energy storage integration at the point of interface with the grid. We can observe as in blue, the power profile delivered to the grid is smoothed with respect to the red one, which is the profile at the wind generator. It is the power ramp reduction is 80%, as at the same time, the fluctuation at the battery is reduced more than 60% with respect to the one of the power profile managed by the flywheel. So again, the flywheel protects the battery, and globally, the energy storage system smoothed the profile toward the grid. You can move to the next slide. Here, a brief reflection of these in economical terms. I provided an LCOE evaluation of the hybrid energy storage system. And in short words, here we can find that the yellow is the LCOE of the wind turbine without energy storage. Blue and green are the case of 2 different lithium-ion battery considered for the hybridization with the flywheel. And here are the same chemistry. So the same system of here is the 3rd and the 4th, sorry, but I can't highlight, indicate in the slide. The 3rd and the 4th column are the same system of the 1st and the 2nd. The difference is that we consider in the economic evaluation the remuneration of the auxiliary function, specifically the capacity, the power flexibility paid by the Italian TSO according to the fast reserve call. So the transmission system operator pay a storage system over a certain power and with certain fast response skills. So to use its energy and power if needed. Okay, and this factor made the energy storage integration more convenient from economic point of view with respect to the absence of energy storage. So it is the proof that we need of a modification regulation from a tariff point of view. We need to integrate remuneration of ancillary function of energy storage, that is power flexibility and capacity flexibility that energy storage system can provide to the grid. Okay, you can move to the next slide. I think is the last one. And here is another application of the same hybrid energy storage system applied coupled to a wave energy converter. So it's a different renewable plan to enlarge also the overview I propose you. And is again a power smoothing problem. So the target of our application are the same, to reduce the derivative, to smooth the power profile, both at the point of interface with the grid, but also at the battery interface to protect the battery. And in this case, we have the system is still able to reduce at about 80% the power ramp at the point of interface of the grid. And again, it is able to protect the battery. Next slide. Okay, we can see instead you can focus on a further aspect with respect to the previous ones. In this case, it is highlighted through an electrical analysis, as the storage system integration is able to increase, to enhance the power quality at the point of interface of the grid. In particular, in this graph, in the left one, it is possible as the peak value of the voltage wave frequency at the point of common coupling, so at the interface with the grid, is reduced up to 50%. Obviously, this analysis is made during specific occurrences that are stressing for the grid, and these occurrences are sharp increase or reduce in the generated power. Okay, that is a common of both wave converter and also wind turbine. Moreover, it can be seen also that the stabilization after, so regimen conditions are achieved again in a shorter time, and the reduction in the stabilization time is up to, over 40%, okay? So also the power quality enhancement is another advantage that can be obtained. So globally, we focus on a microgrid, on hybrid energy storage integration on both decentralized, so distribution networks and also transmission lines. And we can have several advantages that all are reflected in economic advantages, and also in an increase in the power quality at the interface with the grid. I think you can go in the next. Okay, yes, I remember. Thank you, and sorry for the time I take. And I am available to answer any question.
Thank you very much, Linda. So it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Manuel Baumann from KIT in Germany, who is also the coordinator of the sub-program 6 of the Joint Program Energy Storage, and will give today the last presentation dealing with energy storage in future power grids and potential sustainability challenges.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So I'm happy to be here today. As you see, I'm going to talk about the potential sustainability challenges of energy storage systems in the future. This is a small spoiler. I will just talk about criticality, raw materials, criticality. So it would be impossible to tackle this topic within 15 minutes. However, it is also impossible to tackle the other topic in 15 minutes, but I'll try so. You have to click here. Why is the topic sustainability important? I think most of you know why. We have climate change, we have planetary limits, and regarding climate change, here you see some measurements from the Northern Hemisphere. We're already hitting the 1.5 degrees Celsius, and we only have, I think, 6.5 years remaining in this carbon clock that we can achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. To achieve that, we would actually have to hammer everything out that we have, and that's not happening. So at some point, we might have to get realistic. We also have the sustainability development goals that are there, which display in total 17 categories that should be tackled within the development, sustainable development. We have also the European Green Deal, which you all know perfectly. We have sustainable finance and taxonomy regulation, a new circular economy action plan, and the EU battery directive, and so on and so on and so on. So the topic is quite relevant. If you write a proposal, you know you have to dedicate a certain work package to this topic, which is good because it's necessary, and I need a job. Sustainability challenges. If you look at sustainability assessment, you have to start with those sustainability assessments as early as possible, because in early technology development stages, so if you start in the lab, you have a lot of opportunities to steer the development of your technology to a certain degree. And it's quite hard to start at the beginning with this, because you have a lot of alternatives from which you can select. But the issue is that at the beginning, you have a lot of space to develop a sustainable product, doesn't matter what, in this case, in energy storage technology, but this decreases over time. Another problem is that, considering time, you have concept material selection, lab scale, prototype, and you come to a certain degree to market diffusion where you need to invest more money to change certain properties of a technology. At the beginning, we have a degree of freedom for design. As I said, we have power to influence the development of technology. But in contrast to that, we don't have data. That is the problem. We don't know nothing about let's say, performance of a certain system that is under investigation. So this is somehow a problem of data availability and the degree of freedom for design. That is in general a challenge for any kind of sustainability assessment. Now let's come to energy storage. I think you know that we need energy storage technologies in order to balance out renewable energy systems. And I just took this from Bloomberg. I copied it actually, where they showed a prognosis. It's from October, no, even November, where they predict the need for energy storage on a global scale. And you see it's growing, and it's significantly growing. So it's, I think, as you see here, 1,143 gigawatt hours that will be added based on their assumptions or predictions. So the scaling up of the market is 11 times more than what we have nowadays. So that's a massive number. And in particular, battery technology is perceived to be driving the energy storage market here. That is flanked also by other studies like this one from the Energy Watch Group, where they also try to make some scenarios until the year 2050. Doesn't matter what they're standing, it's going up. That's the important thing. And one problem here are supply chain constraints. These problems could slow down the market development. And in particular, it's about raw material criticality here. Because all these new types of energy storage, in particular batteries, are associated to the need of raw materials. So you have here, you can put here, of course, several more materials that you have to put together to develop or to build energy storage device. And of course, if we want to scale up and we want to have a lot of energy storage systems in the grid, we have to think about this, and we need new technologies that might not need so much of these. And to do so, we use, or to have a certain idea which materials should be avoided. One can talk about raw material criticality, but I think it's important to make it clear that there is no common standard of raw material criticality. It's rather a bunch of methods that can be used and several indicators to analyze raw material criticality. And these analyses often have varying spatial foci, as well as socioeconomic scope. So this has to be considered. At the end, one indicator which is often used is supply risk. That is a composite index that characterizes the risk of a disruption in supply of a specific material. And it is comprised of several criteria. So let's take an example of lithium and sodium-ion batteries. If you have specific questions on sodium-ion batteries, I think we have the expert here in the auditory, even though he's not listening. So sodium-ion batteries are based on the same principles like lithium-ion batteries. They use sodium instead of lithium in the cathode active material and electrolyte salt. And they can use aluminum instead of copper for one of the current collectors. But as in the case of lithium-ion batteries, they're same but different, but you can also put there a lot of material. So there is not only the sodium-ion battery, like there is not only the lithium-ion battery, there are several materials that you can use to build them. And will not explain all the numbers here, but this is just an overview, and we will focus on lithium and sodium. And this is a kind of traffic light system. But what is interesting here is we just looked at the literature and compared different indicators that can describe raw material criticality. And I think one very interesting thing is, if you look here at the red lights, so red is bad, yellow is not so bad, and green is good. And there is a lot of reds there. In particular, if you look, for example, here at this thing called HHI, which is the Herfindahl-Hirschman index, which categorizes in a certain way the market concentration. And there is a benchmark that is with a value of 2,500 that states that everything above this number has tendencies towards a monopoly. And as you see here, like materials as aluminum, fluor, more surprisingly, magnesium, are highly concentrated. And you can see here the countries, it's mostly China. They own at a certain supply chain level most of the global shares here. However, I could continue for the rest of my presentation with this table, but we'll just focus on this certain block of indicators, which are for Europe. And these indicators describe here this one supply risk indicator for these different materials. And again, you see specifically here in the first row that this is the supply risk for Europe, meaning that all these materials are considered as critical because we do not have them here or we're not able to process them. However, we did some study where we compared or benchmarked sodium-ion batteries against lithium-ion batteries. Here are the results, and I will not go into detail here. Here you have lithium-ion batteries anyways. You don't see nothing. I could tell you what I want, and you would nod and say, okay. You have here some lithium oxide chemistries, and here you have polyanionic chemistries, which is here lithium iron phosphate, which is the benchmark for other types of sodium-ion batteries. What you can see here, that most of the sodium-ion batteries seem to perform better in terms of supply risk. But that is only the status quo because we use an existing indicator here and it can change over time. But what we know is that market will evolve and also the material need. We will need, if we assume that we will do it only via lithium-ion batteries, a lot of copper, lithium, aluminum, graphite, and so on and so forth. So the question mark is, are these technologies scalable? That's actually a question that you have to ask yourself for any technology that you are developing, no matter if it's an electrolyzer, fuel cell, or a battery, or another technology. I don't want to blame only two of them. And we did some simplified scenarios in this book here, where we used scenarios from where we said, okay, how would it look like if we would try to cover all the storage demand until 2050 just using one technology? So here it is a lithium battery, NMC811. That is not realistic. In the year 2050, we'll be using something different. We are aware of that, but we just wanted to know what the implications are. And what we saw is that we would have a high demand of materials, here in this case for nickel. And here we have the reserves and the resources displayed here. And this is just for stationary batteries, if we would have that simple scenario of just using NMC811. So we would have by far not sufficient raw materials to cover that, even if we would recycle them. Interesting fact here, nickel is the most problematic material. However, raw material cost, that is also in line, of course, with the availability of materials. And during that study, we wanted also to monitor or screen the cost of all these different cathode types. And when we started with that, it was like at the end of 2021, we were looking at lithium carbonate prices. And it was quite funny because I started the study here. It was like, wow, it's so expensive. A ton of lithium carbonate is about $13,000 US. Like some months later, it was already 30,000 euros per ton of lithium carbonate. Then the war started and it went up to 70,000 euros per ton. Then it went down. I thought, okay, now markets are going to normalize. No, it's going up again. Now we're at 83,000 US dollars per ton of lithium carbonate. So you can see it was quite difficult to do this cost analysis. That's why we did a geometric Brownian motion model, some simple market forecast until 2031. You don't see anything. Unfortunately, here is lithium carbonate. And what we can see that in this, it's a stochastic modeling in this corridor with the 95% percentiles, we were already below the real price development. So the real ones with the maxima are even over those scenarios that we considered. However, these prices that are shown here for different materials, they give an indication, but the prices are dependent on several scenarios, on the availability of different raw materials. As you see here, I won't go into detail. This was carried out by colleagues that looked at the demand for lithium, for lithium-ion batteries until the year 2050, and they considered a lot of different scenarios, I think 18 different ones. However, in our stochastic approach, we saw that, again, you see nothing, but you see here the lithium-ion batteries, and you see here some of the sodium-ion batteries, and here the lithium iron phosphate battery. And the interesting thing is that the delta, the benchmark, becomes really bigger, meaning that here in this moderate scenario that we have here, so it is this price corridor, the median values that we used here, they just, can be considered as very optimistic on this stage. So we have here price increasements on a raw material level of, I wouldn't have to look my own, over 300% until 2031. And that's an ideal scenario, you can say. So the delta becomes bigger, and that means that this is also something that you have to consider. But there is, of course, also recycling. And there we did a study where we just also compared sodium and lithium ion batteries. And what we figured out is that by a very good recycling route, so here we considered a hydrometallurgical recycling of the lithium ion batteries, where we could recover most of the materials that are in the battery. We saw that we could even minimize, as a certain indicator for resource depletion, that the lithium ion batteries can be even better in that terms than the sodium ion batteries, which use much more abundant materials. But here you have a higher value, so it's worth recycling them. However, this has to be also in mind that we have to recycle these systems. We have already to start to think in the ability of recycling different materials, already starting from the design of the same. So to conclude, sustainability assessment should be carried out as early as possible. Supply chains are crucial and criticality can change over time. Recycling alone will not be enough to avoid this potential resource limitations, and technologies based on abundant materials are part of the solution, but they are not the only solution. That's why we need a combination of storage technologies as well as other flexibility options for grid applications, which have been presented today. And a small hint, these are all factors which we are working on in the work package 4 of the storage project. And I thought we will have a discussion, and I have put there 2 questions, but I think due to the scarce of time that we will skip that. And that was my presentation, telling you something about raw material criticality and sustainability in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel. That was the last presentation today. So I guess now we have 15 minutes for discussion, if I'm right. Yeah? Okay. Not that the bus is leaving, it comes fast. Okay. Okay, so are there any questions to the speaker from the audience? Please raise your hand. Yes, Stefano, do we have from the mic?
So lithium abundance is at least 3 to 4 times higher than nickel and cobalt. Why is lithium more expensive than nickel?
Sorry?
The lithium abundance on the earth is 3 to 4 times higher than nickel or cobalt.
Yeah.
Why is lithium more expensive than cobalt and nickel?
Why lithium is more expensive?
Yeah.
Well, at the end, it's a market-driven thing, and markets do not reflect the abundancy of the materials in the earth crust. So it's something that does not have to really be associated to the availability of the material. So if you have any bottlenecks in the supply chain, this will immediately have effects on the prices. I mean, what I showed, this is only short-term prices. At the end, they have, you do bulk orders, and there you have lower prices. So this is just a certain spot of the prices. In nickel, the prices also exploded during when the war started. I think it was also at a certain point they stopped because it was over 100,000 US dollars per ton, and now it normalized. Now it's, I think, something about 27,000 US dollars per ton. And cobalt, in particular, there was an issue with the supply chains due to rainfalls in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that's why the prices rose at the beginning of the year. They were also over 60,000. So I would say lithium carbonate and cobalt were quite the same. It's also quite high, as far as I know, so it's still the same. Nickel is normalizing, but it's also like this, so it's very hard to predict, and it's a market. The abundancy cannot directly be related to the prices. It's about the mining capacity and the processing capacity.
More questions also to the other speakers, if you like. Yes, Holger.
Thank you. I have a question concerning the levelized cost. I have a question concerning the levelized cost of it. I checked on the IEA website, and if I would use heat pumps in Germany and in the northern countries, then the levelized cost of heat are much lower than using test technologies. I mean, so therefore, I think the technology is mainly suitable for southern countries, so for Spain and Italy. The next question is, what are, I mean, if I check the demand we would need
for seasonal storage, because heat is a seasonal thing. In winter, I have less heat in summer, obviously, and Germany roughly is using 250 terawatt hours in 2 months gas, and half of it is used for heat. The rest is for chemical industries. So 100 terawatt hours for Germany. This means for Europe we would need 500 terawatt hours for 2 months. And I mean, what are the size and then you cover with this?
But regarding the first part of the question, so in this context, it was present the employment of thermal energy storage system to support the power network. Regarding the cost, if you look at the statistical investigation of the Federal Bureau USA, for the large capacity for the USA market, the thermal energy storage for the primary market is a more cheaper technology. They are all the competition with the gas container in the cave. Obviously, the thermal energy storage is technology is more near for the employment of the thermal energy. So the recommendation of the European Commission to use this type of technology near to the end user, where the co-production of the power and the thermal energy. For the seasonally, in this case, you permit to shedding the peak to reduce all the cost in the power network. For the obviously for the heat pump, the problem is the maximum chamber in this moment, because with the thermal energy storage, especially with the molten salt, it's possible to reach the high chamber. So it's better to combine this technology with the normal power system used, like turbine system for the big sites option. For the seasonal storage, yes, seasonal storage is the issue on the table. There are some applications, especially use the low chamber, use the water, but not for the power production, but to supply the heat use of the end user. So we need to answer, we need to limit the range where you want to use a thermal energy storage system, because if you want to have a technology that cover all the application, it's not possible. For the thermal storage at the research level, there are the thermochemical storage, for example. There is a lot of the project ongoing, as in Germany with the DLR. But the idea to store the energy during the summer period to use during the winter period. But we needed to go where is the sun energy or the power energy. So this is for the storage. I don't know if you want to add that.
Not really. I think it was perfect. It's not one solution for everything. We have to see what is the best solution for each particular use, and of course this seasonal storage is one solution to be able to provide heat and electricity storage during the whole year. That won't exist, I guess. So
but what I'm really interested in is a number in what do you think is possible to store on heat over in Spain in terawatts for the winter season?
We talk about storing the heat from solar energy in the summer for the winter. Well, I mean, and for high temperature for electricity applications. That maybe is not that easy. For heat, okay, for heat, well, there are low temperature applications with heat storage that could be done, okay? up to, I don't know, 90 degrees or whatever. That could be, when we talk about thermal energy storage, we, at least me, we are not talking always about storing the heat from the summer and using it in winter. We are more talking about providing the flexibility to a complete system. Okay? For instance, you were talking about the cheap heat with pumps. One option with heat pumps. One option could be to have thermal storage within the heat pumps. So the heat pumps could take cheap electricity when it's available and store it in way of heat to be used later. It's just, I mean, I'm not sure if that would be the solution, but could be also what I think about the storage, which of course is something that we have to develop. We don't know. I mean, we are not using now the storage actually in a massive way. But if we want to use the thermal storage in a massive way, we have to see and to find the best application or the best ways to use it. Technology is quite simple. We have to know where to apply it. Maybe if it's that cheap to produce the heat and or cold with pumps, with heat pumps, maybe you can put the heat storage after the heat pump, for instance. But that won't be a seasonal storage. That would be using, I don't know, electricity for wind at night to have the heat that you need at noon. I don't know.
For the heat application, in any case, now the research is focused to develop the material because there isn't and the thermal energy storage for the low temper, for the application, for the seasonal at the level commercial level.
Yeah. For seasonal storage, you have the option for seasonal heat storage. There's the option for geothermal storage. So that you put that you collect hot water in summer and put it underground, and you get it back, and you have 80% efficiency, and this is large scale. The question would be, could you compete with this? Yeah.
So, no, I think we should not compete with it. I mean, I know
for the thermal. So, if I limit my analysis only for the heat application, yes, could be competitive. There are some technical problems, and especially we needed to realize the case, the study, because the industry wanted to understand is it possible to apply with the high level of the recycling, because this is the problem. If in the life of the thermal storage system for the seasonal, if you use the water.
I think Salvatore has also a comment on that. Right?
Yes, I want just to add something about this topic because it's very interesting and concerning materials and technologies. Well, the technology I showed before for the industrial application is perfectly suitable also for domestic and residential application. And the most important thing is that it allows for seasonal storage. And as I demonstrated before, the materials already exist. So it's just to arrange the right system for the specific application. The first thing to do, for example, for residential application is to reduce the heating load during the winter. In this way, it is possible to store the right amount of energy during the summer, and the absorption technologies or in general, every thermochemical technologies allow for the storage of the heat for a long period. For in principle is perfectly applicable the case that I can collect the heat from the sun in the summer and use it for heating purposes in the winter. It's perfectly can be done without any problem. It just it's all about experiments and demonstration. We are trying to demonstrate that it's possible to do with very low cost and very low maintenance over the years.
Okay, thank you for this comment. More questions from the audience to the speakers? Maybe a last one for Linda, because a lot of the speakers have one. So you show some examples of hybrid energy storage systems, for instance, the application to the microgrid and so on. Do you have any other idea what kind of energy storage technologies are appropriated for long-term storage, so seasonal storage? What are the options when batteries fall short? So do you have any idea, suggestion? How can we do that?
Yeah. So today I didn't speak about reactive metal, so I can do it also today. So seasonal long-term storage is the crucial issue for the energy transition. It is clear for all of us. And since the technologies are not yet completely available, so we have hydrogen technologies that can support the seasonal, the long-term storage, but in my opinion, are not able to guarantee seasonal storage to the large scale capacity that will be needed in the future, in the decarbonized scenario. So, as you know, I think I work on together with KIT on reactive metal utilization as an energy carrier for long-term energy storage. And they are specifically suitable for bulk energy storage, so large capacity, since they have a very, very high volumetric energy density with respect also to hydrogen. And I think that it could be reactive metals, but reactive metals are more metals, so more different technologies, different principles for, in particular for discharging, so not only thermodynamic reaction, but also electrochemical reactions, so different, it's a very, very wide portfolio of potential new technologies to support the seasonal storage. And I think that reactive metal could be also supported by thermal energy storage, for example, for when to transfer heat from the summer to the winter, as Salvatore and the other already said. So we have several options. The fact is that we have to be conscious that different from the short term, for the long term, the development has to be still supported, and it has to be reflected in policy, in all so governments, European Union Commission policies, and in all the other, so involvement of industries, of academia. So it has to be reflected in all the.
What about critical raw materials? Is also an issue?
Yeah, it is related, it's strictly related in the sense that among reactive metal, there are materials that are very, very abundant on the earth. For example, sodium, it was already cited by Manuel. And we are working on this regard on innovative technologies named seawater, sodium seawater battery. In this case, the active species, the species that is used to store energy, is taken freely from the sea. So there is no technical limit to the availability from a technical and economical point of view. So there are no limits to the exploitation of this source. And there is also, the sea is spread all around the world. So there are not geopolitical issues related to this raw material. So sodium, but also other aluminium. But I think that sodium is the material most useful to answer your question.
Okay, but I think Manuel has a final comment.
Yeah, I agree. Yes,
Very short,
but abundancy, again, taking magnesium as an example, it's rather abundant, I would say. We have it in Europe, we could extract it, but the issue is that the HHI, this Hirschman index for magnesium, is almost 9,000. 10,000 is the perfect monopoly.
Yeah.
In China, and we're importing 99.9% of magnesium into Europe, though we have it everywhere, but we don't have anything to extract it or purify it.
Okay, I think with this we can conclude this session. Let's thank the speakers once again.
Thank you.
Involved for all the organizational issues and the dinner tonight.
Thank you for moderating this session, both to Carl and Miriam. So we had a really nice workshop today. We discussed about the collaboration research in industry, then we go to the cross-cutting dialogue pertaining to transition, and then finally energy storage and future power grids. I think it was quite successful. We have a really good tendency in presence, although in the middle of almost desert here. So it was really good. Thank you everybody for joining with this workshop. We'll have another one in Copenhagen. That's going to be about wind and biodiversity, which is not quite challenging topic when it comes to 15th of December in Copenhagen. We will just need more details in the several weeks. Organize here with you and job of wind, of course. So, thank you for joining. The one information we'll meet at we'll meet now all together, and the restaurant's 8:30. Varianti, which is just get out from the hotel, we turn around and we'll get there. So thank you once more for being here, and a special thank you for my colleague, Stefan. He's here, yeah. So this is it, and thank you. See you outside for bus ride home.